Okay, good evening, everyone. This is the Brookline School Committee meeting, February 11th, 2021. We have a logistical challenging evening in terms of meetings, so we are going to vote in just a minute to go into executive session. We expect we'll be there until about 6:30, and then we will come back to the open session, and we will conduct our business, including a public hearing on the FY22 budget. And then at the end of our meeting, we go back into executive session. So I just want to let people to know, oh, that's just us anyway. Oh, people could be unpaid as well, so sure. Okay, so I move to meet in executive session pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21A, for purpose 3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the Brookline Educators Union, BEU, Unit A, Unit B, and paraprofessionals. If an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining and litigating positions of the public body, and the chair so declares. I so declare. Do I have a second to the motion? Thank you, Andy. And we'll take a roll call. Helen?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Barbara?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Susan?
Yes.
Dimitri?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So does Robin, you want to go through it one more time, how we're doing this, or has everybody heard?
Sure, but if you want to let folks know that you will be reconvening in open session.
We will be reconvening, and we are hoping it's around 6:30.
Yep. So school committee members, you can leave this webinar and then go into the link that you received in your email around
on the,
Working on it.
okay. Let's see.
There we
Okay.
go.
Okay, very good, very good. All right, so let's go through it, Mary Ellen, and we can give the overview of where we are at this point and what we think we have to do. Can you go to the next slide? Okay, this is on here just to remind us, all of us, that the only purpose we have is to best meet the needs of the students in the district. And the mission of the Brookline Public Schools is central to what we're about. And we just have to keep reminding ourselves of that when we get lost in the detail of the money sometimes. Okay? Okay, so the FY, let me see if okay, the FY 22 revenue reduction compared to FY 21. This is taking us to where we had the $8 million deficit last time when we spoke. We had less revenue coming in from the town, gave us the allocation was less. We had projected increases with salaries and others of 6 million. We had additional expenses and obligations that we built in. We explained last time that it came to $4 million, and we had some proposals to add to the budget to the tune of about 2 million, and giving us a deficit of about $8 million. So that's where we left it last time. Okay, and in this slide, what you're going to see as you read across where it says town school partnership coming across, that as of January, you can see FY 21, we had $118 million from the town. As of January, we were going to get 117, and that was the reduction that I referred to in the first slide. But as of February 4th, our last school committee meeting, we were informed that the allocation, primarily from the state cherry sheets, moved our allocation to $120 million, or giving us an increase of $1 million rather than a deficit of $2 million. So we were feeling very, very good about that. And so our updated for tonight is from our allocation is $120+ million. Then there is this ESSER grant, which is this is one-time funds coming to the district of $1.6 million, and that's part of our revenue. The circuit breaker increased by 320 over last year, and the tuition for the materials fees. The materials fee, as you can see, if you take a look at FY 22 as of January, back a couple of columns, you'll see that the materials fee were $520. And then we determined that every year the materials fee increases by about 3%. We applied that 3% to add that 15. So it went from 505 to 520. So our total revenue as of right now is $124.5 million. And it's clearly an increase an increase of over $3 million from the last time. And you will recall when we're doing the budget that we have to always be cognizant of sometimes things change. Oftentimes things change, and we are continuing to wait for updates from the federal government with great hope that we'll receive additional funds from the federal government. Okay, so can you go to the next slide, Mariam? Thank you. Okay, so the overview on all of where we are is our updated projections for our salaries. You can see that those salary accounts went down a bit because of some of the reductions that we made last time. So if you add up salaries that we need for next year, contract services, special education, and transportation, those kinds of things. Supplies and materials, you'll notice that the supplies and materials is only increased by $75,000. That in many ways is a paltry sum, and that is in there so that we can get the materials that are needed, particularly for those courses, primarily science, where materials heavy program in order to give kids the authentic science experience that they need. So we did add $75,000 in the supplies account to meet that need. And all told, our projected budget would be $127,500. In addition,
Sorry,
Marielle.
sorry about that.
But that's okay. In addition, we have a couple of requests that are actually coming from the building department. And we spoke about this last time, but you can see it's been in there from the 4th and now it's in there again. Now I just want to reiterate it, that it's from the public building. Salaries would be for air conditioning technicians, etc. And the materials and services are for long delayed maintenance. Delayed maintenance ends up costing more. So the building department has requested funds to offset their costs there, which means then if we include that our projected budget would be $128,500,000, and the deficit would be at $4 million. Remember, we started off 2 columns to the left. We started at $8 million deficit. On the 4th, with some of the reductions that we were making, we had it down to $5 million, and now we have it down to $4 million. And but that number's getting harder and harder. Go ahead, Mary.
Do you want me to go through these, Jim?
Yeah, that'd be better.
Okay. So I just want to walk through kind of the changes that we've had since our February 4th meeting that brought us down to the 4 million and the adjustments. With the ESSER II grant, where this is for in-person learning, and there's a focus on social and emotional supports and learning for students. And so we added in there some additional staffing supports that we had put into the base budgets for the elementary school as part of their staffing of their base level budgets for reopening. We've removed these requests for the senior director, replacing or returning the second senior director of Office of Teaching and Learning. We have identified some preliminary program reductions that right now is hovering about 500,000, and we have some staff notifications that we need to do. So we're not identifying specifically what those are, but those are supports and services that due to our enrollment reduction will be potentially not necessary for next year. So that's still being reviewed with the principals. So that's the changing in the staffing, the salary lines from as of our February 4th meeting. So that includes both the January and the February updates. With regards to contracted services, again, the only change is reviewing and sort of updating and upgrading our diagnostic tools for assessing learning loss as we do reopening. And so we've added, and that's also support under the ESSER II grant funding of this one-time funding. And I just want to point out in the footnote that we've taken $867,000 out of the contracted services lines over the last 2 years. And so this is really those funds have not been replaced, and going in, essentially that all hits in the general ed general education area, 150,000 of that 867 was special ed reductions from last year. The supplies and materials budget, again, the 75,000 that we talked about. Also just want to highlight and include that we have not replaced 692,000 that we've taken out of these accounts to balance both FY20 and 21 for supplies and materials. So again, those general education supply material accounts have had some significant impact over the last 2 years to balance our budget. So with that, the identified PSB needs was about $6 million, and the public building division total of both their salary request and their contracted services for deferred maintenance is about $1 million, leaving our total increase right now, projected increase of around $7 million. So with that, that's where we come to roughly estimating 124 million in revenue, 128.5 million in projected expenses, leaving a projected deficit or gap at 4 million. So one of the requirements that we have is the town submits a financial plan through the town administrator, and we've crafted this motion. I want to go through the numbers and explain these, just because one of them you don't actually, this will be one number you haven't seen yet. So the 120 million is the town school partnership allocation. That is what town meeting votes and has authority over. The 124 million is the total of the town school partnership money plus the gap of 4 million, because that revenue needs to come from town funds, unless there are any other identified sources of funds, such as any second round of federal funds that are identified. So while our budget is 128 million to be projected, revenue from the town for that would need to be 124 million. So that's why that number does not match the 128 million.
Yeah, so
Then do you want to chime in here, Jim?
I did want to chime in here for a moment, because this is a very important slide in terms of the 124 million is the town revenue. However, I would request the school committee to consider that when they vote, to have a little bit of a qualifier. I don't believe the 124 is sufficient to meet our needs. And while we have a $4 million gap, and we will continue, the next few slides will make clear how we're going to continue to look at reducing that gap. 4 million is a big number. And I do not think that we will easily be able to close that gap and still provide the students with the quality program that they deserve and that they need. So while we are required to vote and vote that what the town allocation is, and that's appropriate, but I would ask that we do so understanding that the 124 is not sufficient to meet our needs at this time. We will keep cutting that deficit down, that gap down, but 124 is not sufficient. Okay, Marianne, you can go to the next slide.
Then
yeah, so in terms of next steps, and as we look at trying to work this deficit down, this gap down, or close that gap, the first thing I'm saying is we should hold the class size to the average of 19 students in the K-8 schools. The reason for that is coming off the pandemic, particularly. By the way, that 19 gives us the low of 17, a high of 22, so there's a range there. But coming off the pandemic and the way the education for students has been disrupted and broken up, the learning that has happened cannot compare to what it has been, and having class size where they'll be able to work with their teachers is really critical. So I would strongly recommend we try to hold on to that class size. There's an ongoing analysis at the high school. I mean, this is in terms of identifying reductions. And the high school is a complex place, and it's unlike the other schools, we have a prescribed program. At the high schools, you have graduation requirements. So students have to take so many credits across the spectrum of courses that are offered. In addition, they have to have certain course requirements, 4 years of English, for example, 2 years of world language, whatever the requirements are that Brookline High School has that coincide with probably some of the state guidance as well. Students have to take not only a certain array of classes, but they have to take a certain number of credits. And in order to do that, the school provides the students with a lot of options in order to meet their graduation requirements. If the reductions at the high school are as deep as potentially need to be, then we will be talking at the high school of increasing class size, and probably particularly in the honors classes or the AP classes. Generally, those classes will run a little larger, and they'll be allowed to run a little larger. There'll have to be, by necessity, a narrowing of course offerings for students. So students will not have the array of courses to select from in order to meet the graduation requirements. They will still have to meet their graduation requirements, but they'll need to do so in a narrower range of options to select from. And so the result will be increased class size significantly, reduced breadth of program, two combinations that we don't want to see, but that's a reality. And the high school, to their credit, are continuing to identify areas of reduction. And then to the next bullet, we've experienced a reduction in enrollment. And as a result, you saw in the last presentation that at the K-8 schools, we were able to reduce the equivalent of 10 FTEs and still maintain this 19 class size. And that's because of declining enrollment. Well, declining enrollment is across the schools. So continuing to work with principals and the coordinators to review all programs for efficiencies and maybe alternative delivery models. And these areas will include the specials, music, art, world language, and looking at we have to review those programs for the same thing. Math and literacy intervention, we have to review that, and paraprofessional positions, and to scrub down and see, given the reduced enrollment, how we can actually make some reductions in that area as well. And we have to finalize the use of this ESSER II funds that we spoke to in the first couple of slides. Mary Ellen spoke to with the $300,000 for some testing equipment materials. We will do that and continue working on finalizing the use of those funds, because they're one-time funds, and that'll be part of the February 23rd presentation. So what's the next slide, Mariel? I don't want to get ahead of myself here. Okay. Really, what I wanted to say, because this is a public hearing now, what I really wanted to say is here we are with the $4 million reduction. The approach that we have in terms of developing the school programs is to look at what's the base program in the K-8 schools. The base program meaning, what is the program that we can guarantee every student in those K-8 schools across Brookline? In terms of in the K-5, your classroom teachers with adequate class size. And then when you get into the middle school area, so you'll have English, math, science, history, and then of course with the specials. We are trying to provide the same program of world language, music, art, health, physical education. That's the base program. And with the $4 million reduction, we're trying to hold on to that. That's a challenge with that kind of a reduction. And looking at the specials, whether we'll be able to, for example, maintain the full breadth of world language program, that needs to be reviewed. And looking at some of the other programs that are in the K-8 schools beyond the base. If we can say this is the base program that we can assure all students in Brookline will receive, that's sort of the promise of the school department to the students in Brookline. But there are other programs that enrich and support students that are going to have to be reviewed with this kind of deficit. And that's what the principals and the coordinators are undertaking now. And it's a challenge, and it's particularly a challenge at the high school where the courses are really driven by student selection. But we're at a place where we're not going to be able to provide the kind of options that enrich the lives and sort of make the Brookline High School a distinctive place for students to go and really thrive. So as we look at this from the hearing and with comments, I would ask in a sense, if there are areas that you really don't want to lose in the Brookline Public Schools, then it would be appropriate to hear that you really don't want to lose. It would be good to hear that. Understanding, absent additional funds, then we have a $4 million deficit. So let's go to the next slide now, Mary Ellen. Well, we still have some hope here.
We're here.
Well, let's
You
go
want
back.
schedule?
Where's our hope, Mary Ellen? We have some hope here. If you go back to what are we looking for? Are we looking for additional funds coming from the federal government? We are hopeful that we are going to have a second round of funding. That's what I was looking for. That's right. And we're going to continue working with the town to identify other funding sources that may be available. And I talk with the town manager all the time. He's completely understanding, and yet he has fiscal issues as well. But we're going to continue working with the town. And as I say, and that's been a very supportive relationship. And then, of course, which is what I'm trying to say quite directly, we have to identify areas of reduction, specific areas for March 4th meeting at the school committee meeting. And that's really what our challenge is right now. So now, Mary Ellen, we can move on.
So you've gone through these for the hearing.
Mm-hmm.
And this is our schedule. So the town's financial plan will be released February 15th. Our next budget update will be likely around the 23rd, and then again on the 4th. Our Budget Central and updates are on the school's Budget Central update. The web page link is here. In March, when we do the March 4th update, we'll be able to begin to show the program budgets in detail and impact statements as we begin to finalize the final budget allocations. And after that, we just have questions.
Okay, thank you. I think I would like to suggest that we go to public hearing and hear their comments, and then we can jump in with our questions and comments. So don't go away, Mary Ellen. But I think that's what we'll do, since we've already asked them to wait quite a while. So we'll go to public hearing. I have a little thing I have to read and say. So public hearing introduction, the school choice law contained in the Education Reform Act of 1993 presumes that each school committee will admit non-resident students under the school choice program Unless there is a vote to the contrary by June 1st of each year, the vote must follow a hearing on the issue of whether or not to participate. The school committee is combining the public hearings on the budget and school choice since the proposed FY 2022 budget does not include funds for school choice. The school committee plans to vote on the FY 2022 town meeting appropriation later this evening. The school committee will be voting on budget allocations at a later meeting. The school committee intends to vote on school choice at the first school committee meeting after the election on May 13th, 2021. The budget public hearing is an opportunity for the public to express their concerns with the proposed budget, and the school committee welcomes and will be listening to all of your concerns, but as is our practice, we will not be responding to individual comments. So just a second, Mariah. David, if you will help us with the timing, we can limit them to 2 minutes. And Mariah, you had a comment, a question?
Yeah, I just want to make one quick comment before we get into the hearing part, which is that as we've just to reaffirm that this is not going to be the only chance for people to comment and be heard on the budget, that there will be many other opportunities going forward. So they shouldn't feel like it's now or never. There'll be more information coming out and more opportunities for feedback.
Yeah, thank you, Mariah. That's important. Also, remember, this is the public hearing on the budget and school choice, so we are not taking comment on other subjects tonight. We are just solely listening on public hearing on, on the budget comments. So Bridget Mulbert, you are up first, and then Laura Baines Walsh will be next.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi. As you know, my name is Bridget Mulbert, and I am a mom of a first and third grader at Lawrence School. Thank you for the time to speak tonight and for everything you do for the community. I'm hoping this is an appropriate time to bring this up, so you may stop me if it's not. But I'd like to express my support tonight for our amazing paraprofessionals. It's my hope that you realize their immense value and take the needed budgetary steps to ensure we retain all of our wonderful paras, as well as ensure Brookline is able to attract new qualified individuals to our open para positions. While I believe all our paras are extremely important and deserve to be compensated with a fair wage, I'd specifically like to speak to our first grade paras tonight. It is my hope that the budget for next year and for all years moving forward will once again include a dedicated paraprofessional per first grade classroom. This model has been a hallmark of our system and one of the reasons Brookline first grade has been so wonderful for so many students. My first grader has an IEP for both speech and dyslexia, which has increased my anxiety around everything school related in this already challenging school year. I was extra disappointed and worried when I found out one of our para positions at Lawrence was not filled this year and that all 4 classes had to instead share 3, and for 3 months only 2 rotating paras. Having a dedicated classroom para provides consistent, dependable support and cohesive, seamless learning opportunities during this crucial time of early literacy, math, social and emotional growth, and all the other things. As you know, not having a dedicated second person in the classroom changes how it can function. I am hopeful this will only be a 1-year cut, and starting in the fall of 2021, the model of 1 teacher and 1 para per first grade classroom can be restored. Returning first grade to in-person next month is a great first step. Thank you so much. Please make sure that when they get there, they have the right resources available to help thrive once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget. Laura, you're up, and then Nathan Spritz.
Hi, my name is Laura Baines Walsh, and I'm a mother to a 3rd grader and a kindergartner at Baker. As you guys have heard at meeting after meeting, there's been a profound impact on our students' mental health due to COVID. And I was happy to see that you guys are going to be allocating additional funds. I think it was about $1 million for the guidance and social work departments. Some questions, and I know you're not going to answer specifically, but some things that I'm concerned about is that given our budget shortfalls, I mean, that $4 million budget shortfall, how do we pay for these increased services? What exactly will we get? So are we hiring more people? What does it look like to increase the budget? And of course, what do we have to cut in order to increase the budget for social emotional help? So again, it's an incredibly important thing. My child is dealing with anxiety. It's very, very important, but I am wondering about these sort of bigger picture. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Nathan, you're up, and then Paige Scott Reed.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
We can, Nathan, go right ahead.
Great. So completing a budget requires a lot of work. It's tedious work, and in the best of times, this is not the best of times. However, even in good times, budgeting doesn't start with the numbers. It starts by dreaming. What do we want to do? What do we want to accomplish next year? That's a question that that must certainly be on your minds right now. What do we want to accomplish, or maybe what must we accomplish? We have so many difficulties going into next year, including, will it be safe? But let's just start with that being a given. The questions then become, are our students well enough prepared to learn new material? How much remediation will be required? What do we need to do for summer school? How are we going to deal with those children who suffered severe emotional distresses? All of these questions have answers. We have to formulate plans around what we find out. The schools are the single most costly department in our town, outspending all other departments combined. Most years, budgeting is a struggle to do next year what we did this year with maybe just a few tweaks. That's not true for 2021 to 22. We need real vision and real alignment among parents, staff, administrators, and all of our residents. In the best of times, vision statements evolve slowly over time. Next year, our vision statement needs to be crystal clear. We have to develop our vision statement and our most important objectives. By town meeting, these principles must be on the tip of the tongue for every teacher, every building administrator, every central administrator, and every town meeting member. Buy-in and alignment drives success and makes managing staff easy. Staff really does want clear expectations. Our planning season is the time to build those expectations and prepare our teachers to teach and our administrators to support that teaching. A well-articulated plan will be appreciated and trusted by advisory and town meeting, which means that we can pass the budget containing the financial resources needed to execute that plan. On the other hand, a poorly articulated plan leaves teachers hanging out there on their own next year, and parents will be very angry because there'll be unevenness in teaching across schools and across grades during the rebuilding year. Please use this budget cycle to build a clear plan and articulate it loudly and often in public. Get buy-in from stakeholders, including parents and teachers. Town meeting members will then give you the funding to execute it next year. With good execution, I expect the complaints from everyone will diminish. Everyone is happy when they're on a team that wins, and everybody wants to work on a team that delivers. The planning process is the first step in making that happen. Please articulate a plan and execute it well. Remember to ask for enough funding to be successful. Remember to do what you can this year to keep the remediation needs as little as possible for next year. Our kids will thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Paige, you're up, and then Devin Powell.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Paige, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go
Great.
ahead. Yeah.
My name is Paige Scott Reed, of a high schooler as well as an 8th grader, and I have another child who graduated from the high school already. I wanted to speak tonight because I'm very, very concerned about the budget. The school has an unfunded liability that's not incorporated in the $4 million deficit that you've already talked about tonight. And it needs to be incorporated into the budget and addressed. By my count, at the current rate, the school is not providing the amount of structured learning time that is mandated by state law. By my count, at the current rate, the deficit in student learning time will grow to a minimum of 28 school days per high school student by the end of this year. I calculated this deficit simply by crediting the school with every minute that is available for class in the approved high school schedule, and then multiplying it by the 170 days of the calendar. The number that you arrive at is 779 hours. The state mandated requirement is 935 hours. The school is going to have to make up that deficit somewhere, and that liability is currently not funded. The school also has unfunded liability at the elementary school level, where the numbers are also bleak. What I'm asking is for the school administration to begin addressing their problem right now. First, reduce the rate at which the deficit is growing by bringing students back to in-person school. That would add a large number of hours immediately and help fix the problem. Second, the school should start calculating the cost of this unfunded liability and start addressing the possible means of addressing it, budgeting for what would be the least expensive and most effective way of returning this lost time to the Brookline students. How much would it cost to give every high school student access to online learning platforms that deliver course content? What about vouchers that could be used to purchase small group instruction or tutor services? What about vouchers that could be used for vocational training or college courses? The sooner the school recognizes its problem and starts budgeting for a solution, the more likely it will be that its efforts meet with the approval of both parents and DESE. What the school can't do is simply hide from the problem. Pretending that it doesn't exist and submitting false or misleading information to DESE has serious consequences. I ask you to look at whether you are currently jeopardizing sources of school funding, including federal and state grants, by not addressing this looming problem, addressing the current deficit in school learning time, and planning on how you're going to meet the state mandate that
Please conclude. You're a minute over.
up the time.
Thank you, Paige. Devin, you're up, and then Julie Jett.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Devin Powell. I'm the parent of a third grader and an eighth grader at Runkle. I apologize. I had written statements and I'm pivoting slightly based on what I heard tonight. So it's not going to be as concise as I had hoped. I want to start off by saying that due to the hybrid situation in the schools this year, my third grader and my eighth grader no longer have any passion or love for school. They have no curiosity or excitement. They are beaten down. They are depressed. Their grades and their motivation are slipping. My younger student with anxiety has reached a point where he cries every day under his chair. I know you've heard all of this before. I'm going to relate this to the budget in that my eighth grader has been excited because there have been a lot of sessions lately talking to him about high school and getting him excited for the high school. And he has lost so much this year in eighth grade. And it was really disheartening to hear Dr. Marini say that you're looking at basically taking away, and I think the quote was, what makes the high school special and unique. I think it's pretty harsh that right now, all the eighth graders across Brookline are looking through course catalogs and looking at these extracurriculars and getting excited about them. And they are going to select these classes only to maybe find out that they have been taken away. I think you need to keep this in mind when you are making these decisions and the timeline. I think there's a disconnect between the school committee and the administration and what's actually going on with these kids a little bit in school. And to have sessions and promise them these things and promise them it's going to be better next year, to then take it away from them would be devastating. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Devin. Julie, you're up, and then Alice and Robin.
Hi, can you hear me, Suzanne?
Yes, I can, Julie. Go right ahead.
Thanks. I'm Julie Jetty. I am a parent of students in Brookline, and I am the Baker School CPAC liaison. Many students on IEPs have faced a particularly challenging year, and I am concerned and curious about how the schools will evaluate the readiness of students who are on IEPs, but not up for reevaluation to progress to the next grade. How can parents trust that these students will receive the help they need to thrive next year? Special education parents shouldn't be in the position of ensuring their students are not on the losing end of a zero-sum game, pitting them against other students with IEPs, along with students who didn't receive services in the past, but will need them next year due to the educational deficits they may accrue this year. The budget for services needs to grow to meet the needs of all the students whose needs are undoubtedly growing. and I know this will be difficult given the presentation that Dr. Marini just provided. So I don't know if this is going to come out of a bigger slice of the $125 million budget, or whatever it winds up being, or by making that budget larger, but it has to account for those additional needs. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Julie. Allison, you're up, and then Jeff Rudolph. Allison, you're muted. Can you unmute and then you can go ahead?
Okay, hi. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, Allison. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So my name is Allison Robin, and I have a first grader, a 10th grader, and a 7th grader. And I wanted to answer Marini's point, Dr. Marini's point. I know he wanted to hear about what we did not want cut. So I just wanted to say that, you know, of course, I don't want to see any cuts in the arts or music or world language. And I don't know how this can be remedied and everything, but I really would hate to see any changes made in those areas, especially in the high school and even in the middle school. Actually, really throughout the school, actually. So I'm concerned about that. And also, because of all the deficits that have occurred this year educationally, I'm just wondering how exactly we're going to be making up for the lost learning time, you know, with extra days and whatnot, and how this factors into the budget. You know, would the school day possibly extend, instead of Friday getting out at 1:40, maybe extending to 2:30, or, you know, and how any of these options for making up lost school time, if that's even being considered, how that would affect the budget. So that's pretty much all I wanted to say. I know everybody's working hard to try and see everything happen and make everything happen. I appreciate everyone's efforts. But I know that if we all try and work together, we can try and not see any of these great programs, you know, disappear even temporarily from the schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Jeff, you are up, and then Amy Lindenborn.
Thanks, Suzanne.
Sure, Jeff.
Hi, this is Jeff Rudolph. I'm a town meeting member, Precinct 6, and also a Pierce parent of a 3rd and 7th grader. I'll be quick, just a couple of quick things. And I know it's too late to get this into the February 15th report, but there's a few things that I'd love to see written up as we go forward. The first is, you know, what are the plans, and is there any potential budget impact if we have a larger number of kids who end up repeating a grade next year due to the impact of virtual learning, as we've all been talking about? You know, for instance, if a large enough number of 3rd graders at Pierce, for example, end up needing to repeat 3rd grade, you know, that creates sort of a weird space where we have an extra 3rd grade and a missing 4th grade class, if you will. I'd be interested to see if we have any thoughts on that. Certainly always interested to see how the projections toward the actuals of our FY21 budget are trending. And my apologies if Mary Ellen, you already had covered that and I just missed it. But you know, we have a few months left, and it would be great to see where we're going to end up on the, you know, June 30th. And then finally, to the $4 million budget gap, would certainly be great to see a prioritized list of what we think we would not be able to do if we weren't able to close that gap by the end of the year, or with some additional revenue, or if we're able to reduce some spend that we're going to do. So anyway, that's what I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. Amy, you are up, and you are our last speaker.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So I won't repeat some of the things that other speakers have mentioned about learning loss, but I would say that, and I know that you can't answer a lot of these questions right now, but I would really, I have them, so I'm going to just throw them out there. We know that while we're supposed to have a modified version of MCAS testing this year, I'm not sure that that test measures what we need to measure. I'm not an expert in that test. And I'm also concerned about first and second graders who don't even take the MCAS and how we'll assess their learning loss. I see that the budget lists a grant of $1.6 million for elementary and secondary education emergency relief. It's a grant. The purpose of it is to a supplemental funding opportunity to help school districts safely reopen schools and measure and effectively address significant learning loss. I'm wondering how much this district thinks it needs to spend to address learning loss, assess and address the learning loss, and whether there are any remaining funding sources that we can use, that we can access this school year, and what kind of other costs we're talking about here. Do we need to give all first and second graders IEPs because they're so below grade level in terms of academics, emotional maturity, ability to focus, and frustration tolerance? How will PSB be ensuring equity when it comes to academic and enrichment activities that in the past have been tied to specific grades? For example, if grade 3 didn't really get cursive last spring and they haven't done it in 4th grade this year, do next year's 3rd and 4th graders receive this instruction while this year's lose out? What about 4th grade instruments? Wind instruments were taught remotely, and some of those children still can't make any consistent noise in those instruments. Again, those are kind of extras, but they're still important, and they're part of what makes Brookline a good school district. And so we have to think about how we're balancing what we offer the children based on, are they just going to lose out to those one-time experiences? I also want to highlight the role of the private extended day programs for grades K to 5, which used to operate on site at a lot of the schools. They're incredibly important for emotional and social development of all the children they served. And even though they're private programs, accommodating them provides benefits to children that may reduce the demands of similar services provided by the schools during the school day. When kids feel better, they learn better. Can we spend time working on getting kids back in school full-time this year so we can get back to work assessing and remediating their losses? Because I guarantee they aren't going to fix themselves when kids are completely out of school for more than 10 weeks this summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. We do have one more. Carolyn Thal has joined us. So Carolyn, you're up now.
Thanks. Sorry, that was my bad. I was watching on YouTube and I didn't join the Zoom. Thank you for all this information tonight. Sorry, I have to find my notes. Sorry, bear with me. Okay. I value the performing arts at BHS, number one. Number two, in one of the listening sessions yesterday, it was stated that summer school funding is being doubled. Is that reflected in this update? I think that there was a $150,000 line item. Is the $150K double last year's summer school budget? And if the funding is being doubled, what are you doing with that money? How many students will you serve? What programs are being expanded? What's the goal and the plan for summer school funding? Obviously, that's related to learning loss and remediation. I hope someone will answer this question. It looks to me that in one place in the budget, the ESSER says 1.6 million, and in another place it says 1.02. So if it could be explained what the difference there is, I think that was page 10 and page 12. That would be great. I see that the line item says enhanced social emotional support, but I'd love to know exactly what that means. What is the plan for assessing learning losses for whatever the social emotional support piece is? Dr. Marini said we'll continue working on finalizing the use of those funds. So I'd love to hear a little bit more detail about what you have talked about in terms of using those funds to date. I'd also love to know what you mean by alternative delivery models, if that could be detailed a bit. And finally, I value the performing arts at BHS. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. That concludes our public hearing. So I think I turn it back over to you, Jim and Mary Ellen, to see if people have questions about the budget that you presented, school committee members, and then we go to the possible vote on the preliminary 2022 town meeting appropriation.
Okay.
Do we want to start with school committee members? You have comments, questions? Dimitri, go right ahead.
Thank you. Mary Ellen, I was wondering, in the budget, the line that we have for the public service utilities that go up by $1 million, so would that be just for the FY22 budget, or is this a cost that will be continuing beyond? It's like, I'm just trying to understand, is it a one-time increase?
No, unfortunately, it's not a one-time increase. It would become part of the base of the public building division. They have been attempting to hire, the salary piece is around the HVAC and laborers, where the pay grades are out of alignment with the market rate. So right now, the capital subcommittee is reviewing Charlie's request, and will be making a recommendation to school committee in terms of adjustment or support of his request as part of the $4 million gap reduction. We have had a meeting with, I've been part of a meeting with the town departments heads around the pay rates and some challenges that exist with regards to other pay rates of other laborers on the town side. So this is really kind of a joint town school partnership, interdepartmental issue, because there's shared staff, shared funding, and Simmons, the director, to actually be able to actually hire somebody and begin the hiring. So it may be a two-step process in terms of the staffing, but the 471 is contracted services, and that is really related to some deferred maintenance projects. And I don't know if Helen wants to speak any more to that, or we have a date when capital subcommittee will come back with a recommendation.
I think it'll be a combination of capital and finance, looking at these numbers and figuring out what we can or cannot do. As much as we want to support the building department, $4.4 million is a lot of money, and so we need to. I think we need the positions. That is clear to me, the HVAC positions. And so I would recommend that we approve monies for that, because it ends up saving us monies in other places where we have to contract for services. But it's sort of a longer conversation. I'm happy to
just
to later.
Remind you, Dimitri, and the other committee members, Charlie's request is included in the February 4th memo update that I did at the last school committee meeting, and that's also posted on our website if people want to see Charlie's proposal and request.
If I could just add one other piece, and right now I'm looking for the exact number of his total budget. This is an increase to his budget. It's not his total budget. So that's something to keep in mind. And his total budget includes many things, and some things may need to be delayed next year. Some things were delayed this year. The thing that gets me is we don't wash windows, but that's one of the things that we may need to wait another year as we weigh different trade-offs. But I wasn't sure, were you talking about that money or utilities, Dimitri?
I believe it was the line was public buildings and
okay.
utilities.
Yeah, then that's the money. Yeah, okay.
Other questions, comments from committee members? Susan?
Sure. So first of all, thank you very much. These budgets are never easy emotionally and they're never easy intellectually. So just thank you, Jen. Thank you, Mary Ellen. And thank you to all the principals and coordinators. So much work goes into this. So just thank you for that. Couple questions, not necessarily for tonight, but just as I was listening and trying to process the slides. The first is just as we think about different scenarios, we can't have an unlimited number of scenarios, but I really just want us to think about what we want to see in the scenarios so that we don't, you guys don't do scenarios and then we ask for changes and then you do scenarios again and we ask for a bunch of changes. So I just want to make sure that when we do the finance subcommittee, we talk about that because, for example, we know that, let's just take mental health, that the mental health needs may well be far in excess of what we can budget as a school system, and yet we do need to find a way to kind of capture that need, maybe not in a budget, but we need to be able to capture that need so we can acknowledge to the community that we understand the issue. We may not be able to fund all of it within the school department budget, but that we do understand that magnitude. And whatever it would cost them millions of dollars to do. But I just want to make sure that we reflect back the issues that we see and that we can then create a budget within that that's likely and more tethered to our realities. But I would worry a little bit if we just sort of jumped right down to what we're likely to have, or jumped right to the cuts without sort of understanding what we think a full-fledged budget, what it would mean. What if our ratios were right? Like what would that mean? And not that we're going to propose it, but I think we do owe that to the public. And the second thing is, like, in terms of curriculum and pedagogy, there are definitely things that we have wanted to move forward around our math model, our middle school model, racism and equity. There are a bunch of those different pieces, and I get same thing with those. I want to make sure that we can identify what our vision is to look at, and then be able to say, here's what we can do now, here's what might take a couple more years to do, just so that we have that longer line of sight. I've not heard anyone in the national conversation say that all these gaps are going to be made up in 1 year. People are talking about a 2 to 3 year time frame to kind of think about where the gaps are and what's going to be required to make them up. So I don't know if that's what we're looking at, but just that longer line of sight I think will be really helpful so people can at least see where their concerns are being addressed. I'm super happy to see the mental health increases that are here. Very heart-wrenching stories from parents. But also, what was very striking to me was we had a session with roughly 50 BHS students, and their personal stories were very, very heart-wrenching as well about the mental health toll that this is taking on them and their friends, and what they feel like they need to be able to make it through this, with mental health specifically. And then I think the last thing is there are going to be definitely things that we're saying no to, the impact statements, Mary Ellen, as you mentioned, but even things like RLA, we have said things like we're going to close RLA. We're still getting a bunch of questions like, well, wait a minute, what about immunocompromised students? What about immunocompromised teachers? What about quarantining? And so we've had to go back a couple times, at least in these listening sessions, and say, no, it's not that there's going to be zero digital learning. It's that we are planning for a full open, and as those health things come up, we need to find a way to accommodate them, just as we always accommodate health needs. So I just would like I think that there's like the zooming in on the most likely, but then I think there are these other pieces just to understand around the curve, because I think some of them won't actually create savings. I mean, the high school curriculum is a great example. We've tried many times to simplify the high school schedule, and yet it turns out that even if you don't have some special English class, they still need English class. So it's still an FTE. So there isn't really a reason necessarily to get rid of one particular English class from a budget perspective, because you still need that teacher, you still need that credit for the students. And so just being really thoughtful about what is going to actually save us money, and what isn't, because some things that look like they're going to save us money don't. And so I think just having that higher level vision and then being able to say, here's kind of how we're funding against it, I think will really help focus our scenarios conversation, so it's not just whack-a-mole, which it can become if we don't sort of set that out. But at any rate, at this point, I'm comfortable with this. I really appreciate all the work, and I just want to make sure we can find a way to bring in all of the pieces. I think I've been to 8 listening sessions now, and I just want to make sure we can kind of bring in those pieces so that we're addressing what questions people are going to have about it. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Susan. And just to let the audience out there know, we are having a presentation on mental health concerns and services update later tonight, just a little bit, actually. So, Helen.
So I agree very much with what Susan has said, and I trust that Dr. Marini, who's run a high school similar to Brookline High, will understand what you can and can't do in a high school. You know, he has that advantage. But I do want to reemphasize, I know I've said it before and some parents tonight said it too, this summer programming that we're planning, I'd like us to have a presentation on that so that, and know the budget for it. Because I think it's really a critical piece. There's 2 months that we could do a lot of work to help kids get to the places where they need to. So that's what I have to say about the budget at this point. And I'm hoping there'll be more money from the state.
And Jennifer's, not to put you on the spot, but is curriculum subcommittee looking at summer school at some time soon? Or?
Yes, so we discussed some of the summer school at the previous meeting as well. And so I know that there were discussions about what that might look like, and we asked about what the budget impact might be and what kind of budgeting would we need in order to have a robust summer programming, and what would those, how many students would we service, what were the numbers. And so the district was going to continue to work on that and start working on that information. And then just the agenda will be forthcoming for our meeting in February. We'll be addressing, or at least having some updates on some of the issues that I've heard tonight. So I would just, let people know about that these are issues that we are taking up as well in curriculum subcommittee.
Thank you. Mariah?
I had a couple questions. Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Mary Ellen. My first question is, it's great to see the extra $1 million or so for the guidance and social workers. And I was just wondering if you could explain, like, what is the what's the current baseline for guidance and social workers? Does that represent like a doubling of social workers, or how does that compare to what's going on now? Just so people can scope that.
I'll answer that. So since the 2015 override, the school committee has been committed to a ratio of 1 to 250 guidance counselors per student in the district, and has each year adjusted the guidance counselor numbers to that ratio. So we are meeting that ratio. In fact, probably exceeding it a little bit because of our decline in enrollment. But what is new and proposed as part of the base level budget for the K-8 elementary schools is a 1 to 250 student ratio for social workers. So that is a new kind of base level part included as part of our base level of the K-8s. So is that a doubling? Not quite sure. It is an increase. It is a significant increase. Could be anywhere between 10 and 16 social work positions that would be divided across the 8 schools. And I want to repeat that again, that we've asked Michelle Herman and Casey No Miller to do a joint proposal on the ESSER II funds and so the social worker piece that we're adding as part of the base is part of that proposal, I believe, or will be. It's really around, what you commit to. Yeah, what do you commit to in terms of this proposal, and what is 1 year and what is going to be multiple year or a step funding? Because hopefully for FY23, the economy will be coming back, and that we'll have replacement funds as part of the town revenue to replace the ESSER funds.
Okay, so it's interesting because I didn't even realize before that the guidance counselors and social workers, this is the proposals only for K-8, which is sort of striking, especially in contrast to what Susan just said about hearing from high schoolers too about additional needs. So but you're going to present about that in the future.
Can I
at a future
clarify,
meeting.
Mariah? It's it would include high school also.
Okay.
I mean, just in short, and you'll hear more tonight later when we present, is the need is much greater than the bodies that we have in the schools.
Yeah, absolutely. So my second question is related to the other portion of the ESSER funds, the $300,000 that's allocated for, I don't remember what the slide said exactly, software or something like that, about learning loss. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about, and maybe we're jumping ahead of it, so maybe I should put a pin in it until later, but just if you could talk a little bit about that when the time is right, about what that looks like and why we would need that software.
Yeah, I can just give a quick couple of sentences and then Michelle and I will give more info. Michelle, feel free to jump in, but it's not just software, it's diagnostic tools so that we can assess where students are across the district, and then also intervention programming to address any learning loss that we're measuring.
And my question about that is, kids have learning loss, or kids come in from other districts like every year. Like, don't we always have to assess kids? And I'm not totally clear what's different this year in terms of assessment, right?
Yeah, so just to give you like a 2-second description, when students arrive and we use our benchmark assessment system, say, to identify where they are in reading, if 1, 2 students, 10 students arrive, that's one lift. That is a one-on-one assessment system, and therefore, in order to do it, it takes a huge amount of manpower and time. And also, it's not meant to be done right when students arrive at school. We need to get a jump on this work with students as soon as they come back. We need to assess where they are, their readiness for learning, and start filling those gaps. So we would leave that benchmark assessment in place that would start later. It takes time to give, but this would give us immediate data to work with and to begin to fill those gaps.
So, okay, so my only comment is, we've heard a lot in the past too about almost like additional assessments, and the balance between assessing and teaching and what that is. I'm reflecting on that. I'm not commenting or saying, but just as you're thinking about that. And then my final comment is about the wording of the amendment that was proposed on the slide, that the suggested vote for school committee, not the amendment, the suggested vote, the motion for school committee that was proposed on the slide, that said, do you mind pulling it back up, Mary Ellen?
Hey, I found a globe.
Amazing. Sorry, I have a 3-year-old colleague here in my office who's enjoying that I'm otherwise occupied and doing all kinds of crazy stuff that she should not be doing just out of arm's reach. So thanks. So this reads to me like we are requesting the 120 million, but basically just saying, but we know it's not enough. And I think that we should be requesting what the projected need is, the 124 million, not the 120 million. So when the time comes, I will be making an alternative motion or amending the motion to reflect that we are not requesting 120 million, that we are requesting 124, et cetera, et cetera.
You don't actually have to request to amend this. You could actually make the motion as you wish. This is just proposed language to get this committee started.
Sounds good. Even better. Thanks.
So Mariah, would you like to make a motion?
Sure. I move that the school committee requests, for the purposes of the town financial plan, 124,116,945,000
of town revenue.
Revenue.
Yep. Do we have a second? I can't see. Yell out.
Oh, here, I'll take it down. Hold on.
Okay, I'm not sure who got that. Barbara, thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, good. So any discussion, question, conversation about this? Oh, we got lots of folks. Okay, Jim, did you want to go ahead?
I just wanted to confirm that 124 million is the number of our need and not 128.
It's the number minus the other bits and pieces. It's the number minus circuit breaker minus, what do you call it? Materials fee, right, Mary Ellen?
Yeah,
It's the town allocation, the town revenue allocation of the total. So there's 124 from the town, 124 and change, and then the balance comes from these other sources.
Right, so here's the 120, oops, from the town school partnership is 120 here. All of this is town meeting does not have any authority over, and does not appropriate the 16, 2.2 and 520. So it's only the 120 and then the 4 million, which is the delta that we have from our total revenue to meet the 128. So if we go back, we have 120 from the town, but we're short the 4 million when you apply that to the 128. The other slide I have, just go through these slowly, is this 124, here's 128, we're short 4 million. It would be the 120 plus this 4 million to get us to 128 with our other 3 revenue lines. I wish I could put that other slide together and show them back and forth or show them side by side.
The 120 is also in the Jan 21 first line, right?
Yeah, well,
Yeah, so
oops, sorry, just about, oops, sorry about this. Well, no, the 120 is not the, is all funds, is the circuit breaker and the materials fee and the town school partnership number. So our revenue is, our budget, the way we present it, is made up of essentially four revenue streams, separate revenue streams. Town meeting only appropriates one of those, which is the number that comes out of town school partnership, which is the 120 million. The other 3 revenue streams, the ESSER fund, circuit breaker, and materials fee, are outside of the town appropriation process.
What's included in this 124.5?
120 for the town school partnership, $1.6 million from ESSER, 2.2-ish from circuit breaker, and 520 from materials fee.
Okay, and then, so that's our total revenue, right?
Yep.
Okay, but it's here, we're saying we need 128, and then we have so if we got 124.5, we'd still have a $4 million deficit, wouldn't we?
No, because you're not adding back in the 1.6 for ESSER, the 2.2 for circuit breaker, and the 520,000 for materials fee.
Okay, I thought that was included in the 124.5.
It's included in this number. No, yes, it's included in this
There
number.
are 2 124s. Yeah, there are 2 124s.
There are 2 124s, unfortunately.
Right.
Okay.
Oops, sorry.
Okay, other questions, comments? We have a motion on the floor, Susan?
Yeah, 2 quick things. One is, how certain are we that the 128 as a budget number, not a revenue number, but a budget number, is actually fully funding what we need? Meaning, like, we've been talking about a whole lot of things. And I just want to ask how sure we are that that is the full need. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I think we have a high level of confidence that that number
Okay.
will do it.
It's right sizing central office. It is right sizing all the ratios. It's right sizing the mental health stuff. It's got learning loss. It's got all the, I mean, how many, I just want to make sure that that is the full picture. And if there are things that aren't in it, I think that would just be conceptually important to know.
Yeah, the things that aren't in it are what we've highlighted in this presentation. So when you say right sizing central office, we have not returned the second senior director position, for example.
Right.
So as long as that is still the sentiment of the committee and the superintendent, then we're pretty close.
Okay, so that's one thing. I guess the other thing is that if I'm understanding the way Mariah wants to do it, it's 124, 122, 384. It's a different 120 from the 120 that's on here. It's a different 124 from the 124 that's on here, right?
No, it's the 124 that was on the bottom of that motion. The point is that the town revenue allocation is 120, but our fully funded need from the town would be the number that's at the bottom of that slide. And so I'm saying, well, let's ask for the money that we would need to add to our other sources.
But I guess that's where my question is, because it feels to me like that there still are things that are not in there that we have talked about. And so maybe the number is 129 for everything we talked about. I don't want to make up a new number, but does that make sense? If what we're trying to convey is this X is the full need, I'm a little concerned that 128 isn't it either, given this presentation.
And I was going to add that, I was going to comment on that too, which is some of the things that Mary Ellen noted in the slides, I believe, are missing. Like, for example, Mary Ellen, do you mind scrolling to that slide with the supplies on it? The supplies base? Yeah, so the footnote here points out that supplies and material, haven't been returned. Where'd it go? There we go, haven't been returned. You can see of previous years, which have also been significantly cut.
Right,
So
right.
yes, so maybe not, to your point.
Yes.
Yeah, since we're asking about the vote, I guess I would be supportive of explaining what the full amount is. It just didn't feel to me like that's 128. So I am supportive of the intent of what you were saying, Mariah. Let me say it that way.
Okay, other comments, questions? We have a motion on the floor.
Can I ask a question? Does Susan want to amend the budget from the number I proposed to add another 692,000?
Well, but that's what my question is. That the number? I haven't gone for, this is the first time we're seeing it in the last couple of days. So I just don't, I don't know what the number is what I'm trying to say.
So do you want to add the restoring of supplies and materials and the restoring of what came out of contracted services over the last 2 years?
I think Susan makes a very good point that if you're going to look at what's the right size, that the central office has not been restored, and that second senior position was removed because we're looking at a big deficit, and it may not make it through the whole budget process. But really what I think I'm hearing is show us what you need to restore the budget. And then if it doesn't make it through, so be it, but show us what you need to bring us through. So then I would say put that senior position back in, restore the supplies and materials. And you might even want to put that 500 that's in that we have not identified that we're taking out. And we would scrub down on that a little bit more to see what the impact is onto students. And then I would say we're okay.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, just that fully funded budget is exactly right, Jim. That's exactly what I was trying to get at. Thank you.
Yeah.
That was helpful.
Andy, I saw your hand up. Did you want to speak?
No, it's taken care of. Thanks.
Okay. So are we coming up with a new number? Is that
Yep.
what? Okay. Who has an amendment?
I'm working on the number.
Okay.
Mary Ellen, do you need to make the number? Are those round numbers sufficient for this purpose? Okay.
While Mary Ellen's working on the numbers, can I ask, does the process from now on go any differently if we vote a number that's not what we were allocated by TSP? Or does it go on just the way it would have if we agreed with TSP?
Oh, I think it will be different.
Like what's different?
I think that there's a process of rationalization on both sides that needs to happen, and the And there'll be more rationalization that needs to happen before town meeting and then possibly after town meeting, depending on what that is. This is a situation, and anyone who has more experience than I do, I don't have school committee experience, I've just watched on advisory, so I will be happy to stand down when anyone else has thoughts on it. But this turns into, I think, much more of an advocacy and justification situation than it might otherwise be.
And from my perspective, I would think that the school committee would want to make sure that we have reviewed the budget thoroughly, and that whatever is in that budget that can be removed because maybe decreased enrollment or no longer needed in the way that it's being used, that we indeed address that we show some real fiscal responsibility on that, so that if we're going to advocate for more than what the allocation is, we need to be able to explain what that's about and why that makes a difference for kids. So that's the charge. That's what I'm hearing is the charge. I'm internalizing that charge.
Yes, Susan?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's right, Jim. I think that there's sort of what is it that we think is not a wish list, not a pie in the sky, crazy high number, but like, what do we think it really needs to run this system? So for example, BFAC, which is gave us a whole series of recommendations, some of which we said, yeah, maybe that's a 2 or 3 year timeline. Some of which we said, we actually need this now. They felt like we needed it now. We felt like we needed it now. That's the kind of thing I would put in there. It's not a wish list. It's what has been sort of determined is required to kind of run this budget, or a fully funded, to your point, Jim, a fully funded program of, that includes art and music and all the things that Brookline has come to expect from a budget. And it may be true that it's going to be $8 million too high, in which case we have that conversation. But I do want your best judgment, having been in so many different districts, really sort of saying this is what we think a fully funded budget is, and then we work from there. That would be my sense.
Okay, that's great. That's great.
All right.
I think I got, I think I have this. Let's see. So it's 125, and that's made up of the town school partnership, the 4 million gap that we have, the returning the 867 from the 2 years reduced out of the contracted services, 692 out of supplies and materials for the last 2 years, and returning the 150,000 for the OTL senior position. And just to remind everybody, because we can't keep flipping back and forth to slides, is what the revenue that's not included, because town meeting doesn't appropriate any of this, is the ESSER funds, the circuit breaker, and the materials fee, which get added to this 125 for our total appropriation, which I didn't total up for you, because town meeting only will only votes and appropriates the 125 number. Is that helpful?
Yeah, that's much more clear. Thank
Okay.
you, Mary.
So Mariah, did you want to amend your?
I do. I'm going to withdraw my previous motion, and I'm going to make a new motion. Emotion is what I said. It's
So
been
many
a day.
emotions.
A new motion to request $125,825,945 of town revenue for fiscal year 22.
And do we have a second to the new motion? Susan, thank you. Barbara, I saw your hand up before. Did you have a comment you wanted to make before we go for a vote?
Absolutely. I think that we have been through a year this year where all kinds of things happened that we didn't expect. And I think that we don't know what to expect next year as well, because children will be coming back, not having the normal kind of school year that they have. Teachers will be coming back. There may be all kinds of needs. And the other thing, of course, is we really don't know how many people are coming back. We have done a survey and people have said, yes, I am, no, I'm not. We don't even know what our school population is next year. So I would rather see us in our budget have a little bit of leeway in our financial, in our finances, because we don't know what we're going to expect. Now, you can't put a line in the budget that says this is for what we don't know what will happen. But if we have things a little looser and not so tight, because everything we've budgeted has a purpose and it's going in a certain place. I just would like us to like us to have a little bit more, it's almost like a mattress underneath, that if we have to call upon, if we have to have more money, we have a place that we can do it without wiping something out. So if we can get the town to give us more money, I would say do it, because I can guarantee you that we are going to need it. So I'm really in favor of raising the funding.
Thank you, Barbara. Are we ready to vote? We'll take a vote. Okay, here we go.
Hold
Helen?
on.
Oh,
Can I say one thing and then I'll vote? I mean, it's just a comment. You know, in all my years on the school committee, this is the first time we've asked for more. And I think it's okay, because we've always been very careful about our budgets, always tried to come in to the number that we get and be as you know, get as much as we can, you know, to make sure that we get what we need. But I think that this is a good move. And just so that people know, it's not something we do all the time.
okay, thank you, Helen.
Oh, and I will vote yes.
Okay, Mariah?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Barbara?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Susan?
Yes.
Dimitri? I think I heard it, yes. And,
Yes.
and I vote yes as well. Okay, thank you very much. Next up, I know we have a lot of guests here. They're getting ready, but next up is an update from the superintendent. So if our guest could just hold tight for 15 minutes perhaps, and then we'll go into update on mental health services.
Okay, thank you. Well, the update really is going to bring us back to the discussions that we have been having in terms of returning more students to full-time in-person learning. And the first grade, as we know, are returning on March 1st. And that worked out very well. And that process is underway and is being implemented. But as we look at the other grades, we have to turn to the MOU. And I will be activating the MOU, memorandum of understanding or agreement with the union that has a very prescribed process, which will allow us to engage the union in discussions and negotiations, which will permit the schools to reduce the distance between students from 6 feet to something a little less than 6 feet. Certainly no less than 3, but within that range, in order to allow for more students to return. And in order to do that, we need to demonstrate either that 2 of the 3 departments of public health, CDC, the local, the state, and CDC, do not require 6 foot of distancing, or that the science and the research that's available out there, most current, indicates that 6 feet of distance is not required. I believe we meet both of those standards. So activating the MOU will require that the chair of the school committee, or the school committee through the chair, submit a letter to the president of the teachers union indicating that we wish to engage or activate that part of the MOU and engage in the discussions. Part of that as well requires two things: that I develop a proposal for what we would be looking at in terms of returning students. And that means complete with dates and proposed grades that would be returning and timing of all that. It also requires a public hearing. And if the school committee and the chair so wishes to send that letter, then we will schedule a public hearing for the Tuesday after the February break, which is the 23rd. And I will develop a proposal which can be discussed during the hearing, the public hearing, for clarity. And once that hearing is completed, then we engage in, according to the MOU, a week after the public hearing, we will engage in negotiations with the union, and those negotiations require a minimum of 2 sessions per week for a maximum of 3 weeks. And then at the end of that time, if the MOU states if agreement is not reached, then the school committee can implement its last offer. So at this point, I'm going to be meeting next week with principals and to review a proposal and get some input and in terms of implementation or the ability to do that. I'll be getting some input from the principals and then providing a proposal, and the school committee then in its role will look at the proposal and is free to modify in terms of what that proposal may look like. And most of all that will happen next week. So we will be able to have a public hearing on the 23rd, assuming that we can begin the process via a letter from the school committee to the union, which hopefully will happen right away.
So just to add, Jim, that is what we voted for during executive session. So that letter will be going, correct?
Okay,
Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And you voted that already. And so that letter will be going out probably tomorrow morning.
Probably tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's exciting. It's exciting.
Well,
yeah.
I would just say that we are living in really a difficult time, and it's so difficult for everyone. And I do think that going through this process is going to require that we all look at, so to speak, we want to make certain that we follow the science and that we look at the greater good for Brookline and work together to accomplish what I think is a common goal. That's what I would like to see. Okay.
And school committee members, we wondering if we should have an extra session, perhaps next week. We could either do it by doodle poll, or we could just do it right now if people have calendars. Are we available on the 18th? I know there's finance at 5. We could meet at 7 if we wanted to. I see a couple of thumbs up. Is there anyone who cannot meet next Thursday at 7? Okay, so seeing no hands going up for that, everyone can come. We'll schedule a school committee meeting next week. It'll probably be not our usual format, but it will be devoted most likely to the whole meeting on the proposal that Dr. Marini will have for returning students for more hours in the schools. Does that sound like an okay agenda? Susan?
That sounds great. I really appreciate this. I know how much work it's going to be to do this safely. I mean, we are in the middle of a pandemic, and there are going to be people who are on both sides who are not happy, people who are going to be worried that it's too relaxed, people that it's not fast enough. So I think we just sort of have to try to do what we think is right and follow a true north. And just to that end, it would be really helpful to, you know, have some conversation, or maybe it's just, you know, us putting in questions in advance of things like, you know, let's think through what are the operational implications, scheduling, staffing, budgeting, safety. Like there are so many factors that I would just want to make sure we can kind of do them all in one conversation. And then we can be able to have that more sort of efficiently. Yes, my son is photobombing. This is,
Yeah.
Okay. We can just do it more efficiently if we can kind of get all of our questions in advance and then try to deal with them all at once, because if we try to do it sequentially, it's going to take forever. So that would be my only recommendation.
Good point, Susan. Mariah?
I wanted to ask Dr. Marini if, just to confirm that in addition to the notification to the BEU, there'll be, which I assume will then notify to the teachers, there'll be a notification to the community coming out too, just so people can pencil in on their calendars for the 23rd, assuming they want to attend the public hearing.
That's very good, Mariah. Thank you
And-
very much. For
And just for, previewing the timeline, just kind of like you did just now in writing, so people hear sort of what the plan is and et cetera. That would be great. Thank you.
I probably will do that. It won't be a standalone. There's 2 or 3 things that I would like to get out to people. I'll include this as part of that, so they will see it. That'll be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jim. Okay, so pencil in, put it in pen. How will you do it? Type it in. School committee at 7 on the 18th. So thank you for that. Okay, we're moving into our mental health services update. And Casey, are you going to lead the charge here?
I am. Thank you, Suzanne. So what I've organized tonight for you is a presentation that will hopefully give you a pretty comprehensive status update on the social emotional well-being of our students. What I've assembled tonight is a number of my colleagues here to share updates, as they are the ones who work directly with students, teachers, and families. What they will share in addition to updates is what's working and where we can and should be doing more and better. Just a few notes before I kick it off to them. We know that schools are places that offer routine, structure, psychological and physical safety for our students. The professionals in our school buildings are very aware of this, and they've been intervening and addressing in whatever ways that they can, despite the limitations that the pandemic has posed. Again, what we'll do tonight is give you a complete and pretty transparent picture of what's been going on. And our hope is that we, as a community, prioritize this as we make decisions that will impact our students pretty directly. And just another note before I pass it off. It's important to note that the pandemic has magnified and exposed the disparities that already exist among certain groups. Black and Brown students, students with disabilities, English language learners, and students from families of lower income have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. Social emotional functioning and academic functioning are inextricably linked, but while we're focusing tonight just on the mental health of our students, we're operating under the belief that in order for students to be present in the classroom to learn, their mental, physical, and emotional needs need to be met. And we'll talk a little more about that as we go. I'm excited to bring these experts here from our schools to present to you tonight. I would respectfully ask that the committee hold on questions until the end so that every presenter gets a chance to get through their presentations. We'll kick it off first with Dr. Maria Litas, who's the Director of Guidance and Clinical Services for the entire district.
Thank you, Casey. Good evening, everyone. So tonight I'm going to focus on pre-K through 8, since we're fortunate enough to have Darby, Matt, and Brian, who will speak to the mental health at BHS. So as the school committee is aware, we have over 4,800 students in grades pre-K through 8. We have 21 K through 8 school counselors and 2 social workers. 1 social worker is dedicated to BEEP, and then we have 1 social worker at Ruffin Ridley who supports specialized programs in that building. It's important to note that K-8 school counseling role is distinctly different than that of school counselors at BHS. Because we really don't have social workers in the elementary schools, school counselors fill both roles, providing social, emotional, mental health, and case management needs for the grade levels that they serve, in addition to delivering whole class push-in lessons, small group and individual support, mandated counseling on students' IEPs. They're the coordinators of the Section 504 process. They consult with parents, teachers, and administrators, and then they do transition planning for groups such as our incoming kindergartners and the 8th grade transition to the high school. So the American School Counseling Association and the School Social Work Association of America both recommend a general ratio of 1 counselor to 250 student caseload. And this depends on characteristics and the needs of the student population that's served. This estimate would vary depending on other factors, such as the percentage of high-risk students on a counselor's caseload and the availability of other services in the school and the community. Having more students with intensive needs would require a lower ratio. So as a result of fluctuations in student population, our current counselor to student ratio at the elementaries has dropped to be closer to 230 students per counselor. So this number is arrived by dividing the number of guidance counselors by the number of students in pre-K through 8. So it's important to note that this isn't entirely accurate because the counselor to student ratio also fluctuates by school, by grade level, and whether counselors are full-time or part-time. Across the elementaries, some counselors may have a higher or lower student caseload when we include those considerations. So during regular times, the school community has already determined that our counselor to student ratio was unacceptable, and they voiced this through an override to add more school counseling positions. And I would all agree that these certainly are not regular times. We've had several parent, student, and staff listening sessions, and without exception, all of them communicated increased levels of stressors, anxiety, and mental health needs. Consider too the significant increase in students with more intense needs that we've seen as a result of COVID. So many more students need individualized and direct support. Prior to COVID, there was already a deficit in the availability of community resources, with student need outweighing the availability for individual mental health counseling, in-home therapy, and group counseling. So that former gap has now become a chasm. The lack of outside mental health support has fallen on school counselors to compensate for, further overloading already strained capabilities. So let's break down the number of minutes in a school week. There are 390 minutes in a 6.5-hour school day. If we took out 120 minutes or 2 hours for counselors to do whole class work or attend school meetings, that would leave about 270 minutes each school day for counselors to help provide individual support to students. If they could miraculously do this in 10-minute increments, then they could see 27 students a day. Multiply that by 5 days, and they could meet with 135 students on their caseload each week for 10 minutes. Or about every 1.7 weeks, a student might be able to get a 10-minute check-in with their counselor. Oh, I forgot to mention, I didn't include any lunchtime or breaks in those numbers. So if we decided to deduct, if we wanted our counselors to eat 30 minutes a day for lunch, now we're talking 120 minutes remaining, or 12 10-minute check-ins per day, which then equates to seeing 60 students a week. then we can possibly give 10 minutes to each student on their caseload every 3.8 weeks. Of course, I'm being facetious and I'm really being overly simplistic. Working with students is not like speed dating. Children have individual needs that on a normal day are complicated, and we know all of the experiences of the last year have increased their mental health issues and increased the number of intensive needs students that we have. We've seen an increase in hospitalizations at the elementaries. From September through the first week of February of the 2019-20 school year, 16% of the total students hospitalized were elementary level students. Compare that same time frame of September through the first week in February of this school year. Now we see 35% of that total student hospitalization are students in the elementary level. These are a small number of our most intense students, but certainly not all of our high need students. Counselors really are doing yeoman's work, but they're also only human. Students with intensive needs absolutely require more than 10 minutes a month, and even students without intensive needs should have an expectation that they can have access to their counselor. So thank you for giving me that time, and I'm going to turn this over now to Darby.
Hello, everyone. My name is Darby Neff-Veer. I'm the coordinator of guidance and counseling. Thanks, Maria. I go by the pronouns she, hers. I'll be starting by sharing the overall staffing structure for mental health supports at Brookline High School. I'll be using the social emotional learning tiered intervention model as I give my overview. This can be visualized as a triangle, with the bottom being general SEL supports for the majority of students, and the triangle narrowing as more intensive interventions are needed. Guidance counselor support is part of the first tier or bottom of this SEL triangle. The more availability and connection school counselors have with their caseload of students, the more proactively they can support, advise, and intervene when problems are not as intense. School counselors also carry a long list of other job responsibilities at the high school, including but not limited to facilitating grade level guidance seminars, providing focused post-high school planning, and coordinating scheduling and other academic related supports to all students. Also included at this tier 1 level is a number of Brookline High teachers who incorporate SEL activities into their classrooms. That will be discussed for a few minutes later from another presenter. Social workers are the second tier of mental health support at Brookline High, the middle layer of the narrowing triangle. Students can be referred to one of the 4 Brookline High social workers for more individualized, higher level mental health needs, or for consultation for students and families around crises. Brookline High social workers see students who self-refer, as well as get referred by friends or family members, along with extensive referrals from counselors, deans, and teachers. These social workers also see a growing number of students needing special education mandated counseling services, since the school psychologists have to balance doing ongoing evaluations with smaller counseling caseloads. Brookline High School has 2 social workers who are connected to the Brookline Public Health Department and focus most of their energy on prevention, intervention programming around substance abuse, along with facilitating the very effective Peer Leaders program. They carry relatively small student caseloads for individual support. The METCO program has 1 social worker who does both individual and group work at Brookline High, while also working with a number of elementary schools as well. The most intensive mental health support at Brookline High is Tier 3, the point of the triangle that I've referred to. And this includes our special education programming, such as Winthrop House, the Supported Learning Center at 115 Greeno, and the home-based program at Old Lincoln School. Although the Bright Transition program is not special education, it is included here because it supports students in grades 9 through 12 who require structured academic and therapeutic support as they transition back to Brookline High for more intensive mental health programming. What are the issues that our Brookline High students are facing? Anxiety, depression, increasing self-harm behaviors, substance use, gaming addictions. All of these have been exacerbated by the stress and isolation of the pandemic. The pandemic has aggravated already present or simmering mental health issues for our students, which honestly were already exponentially increasing before COVID, and jump-started emotional problems for others, especially due to the legacy of intense isolation. The troubling issue of school avoidance is likely to skyrocket as we begin the process of bringing students back into the building. As of today, 21 Brookline High students have been hospitalized due to mental health issues this year. It's a number actually lower compared to last year's numbers, which we were at 38 students last year at this time. Lastly, parent caregivers are stretched thin and exhausted, and they're looking for answers and supports that are not easily found right now. So how are staff and programming at Brookline High meeting needs? Most of the counseling, programming, and caseload management described previously is happening via Zoom meetings with some inside and outside in-person connections. We are adding more virtual community building and student support group opportunities for second semester. These creative, fun, and helpful group ideas will be run by BHS social workers and school psychologists. These opportunities will be shared with the Brookline High students immediately after we return from winter break. In addition, we're getting ready to restart the virtual social lunch program for second semester at Brookline High. I want to make sure I mention the growing SEL focus of the BHS Hub and Advisory Program, which has really been phenomenal in supporting students and building connection for all students with their hub or advisory teachers and their community within those programs. Lastly, I just want to kind of highlight the BHS Student Intervention Team, which is BHS's version of the Child Studies teams. These teams offer powerful brainstorming sessions around both standard and out-of-the-box interventions for students referred due to academic and/or social emotional struggles. Lastly, what's missing? Counselor and social worker caseloads are being stretched thin with multiple demands pre-COVID, and this stretch has just continued. Our ongoing collaboration with Brookline Center continues, but their wait list for services is long. Depending on a family's insurance coverage and the Brookline Center therapist availability, students can be on their wait list for months. As Maria just mentioned, the ability to successfully refer students to outside treatment has dwindled as the demand for mental health services has increased over the past year. These trends for increasing mental health needs are not going to go away after we reach herd immunity from COVID. Many say that it will take at least 3 to 4 years for us to rebalance our lives and our community. We need to continue to think about diversifying our support staff at Brookline High so more students can see Brookline High School caregivers who identify as they do. There's a real need for more support staff of color, as well as those who identify as Asian, Pacific Islander, and LGBTQ. Lastly, development of more parent education programs is critical. The BPEN organization does good work, and community members are still looking for more. I'm going to pass things on to Brian Poon. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brian Poon. I'm the Dean of Student Support Systems at Brookline High School. I also, with Darby, work with our SIT, the Student Intervention Team, our Child Study Team. Casey asked me from my perspective, what are we seeing in terms of student need? And I think that in-person hybrid school and remote school work for many, many students. And in that way, I think that there are positives in terms of the program that we've attempted to put forward. However, in a regular school year, when we do our surveying, internal surveying to hear how our students express how they're feeling, 25% of our students say that they're feeling some sense of anxiety. When we have done our data collection this year, 33% of our students are speaking to feelings of anxiety. And so, as both Darby and Maria noted, in a system that's already taxed, having 1 in 3 students expressing anxiety means our already taxed system in terms of student support is even more greatly taxed. And so that has been a significant challenge, just trying to help all the kids who are in need. So part of the question is, what is working in terms of what we are doing? And I would say that in any school, the key to supporting students' social emotional learning is relationships. And so we have a phenomenal number of people who are working really hard. So that's the Medco program and their advisors, the Step to Success advisors, the folk at the high school led by Steph Hunt for African American Latinx scholars, our international student advisor, and then guidance counselors, deans, and social workers. So we do, and Dr. Matt Dubois will speak to this a little bit later, we do our internal surveying, asking students if they have a safe adult in the building. And that relationship with a safe adult is critical in terms of serving as a significant buffer, not just in terms of students' feelings of hopelessness and anxiety, but also their academic well-being, their ability to perform well at school. So for most students, when they're asked who their safe adult is, the majority of students say that it's their guidance counselor, but a significant number of students name a classroom teacher. As an aside, I found out that my son, Fletcher Poon, named both Steph and I, Steph McAllister, my wife, as his safe adult. So that was a positive data point that we learned, that my son thinks I'm a safe adult, so that's good. But that SEL training that we want to offer has to also go to all teachers, in that SEL has to also be embedded in the classroom. So it's not just guidance counselors and social workers or special programs, but every student at Brookline High has a teacher who has professional development to offer interventions in their classroom and to create supportive learning communities. Because it's not just emotional well-being leads to academic success. And that's something that we know. And so part of what we need to do is make sure that in our schools, we have that our child study teams, the student intervention team at the high school, have access to actionable data. And so one of the things, and I'll speak more about this later, that we've worked on, and Matt Dubois with the Panorama survey and the SEL teams, we can do both a global survey of students expressing how they feel. And what's been amazing is that students are incredibly honest about their emotional well-being. And they tell us the answers to our questions around what they need, who are their contact people. And so what we think that we need is to make sure that the structures are in place so that folk have access to that data and that data is actionable. And while we've had the data for years, we don't have a set process through all the schools in terms of implementing that data plan. And so that's one of the things which I think we need to work on. The other thing I think we need to do more thoughtful intervention on is how we involve the community. We have some really exciting nascent plans at the high school for taking the data that we've gathered about students and working with different populations. We have a great working relationship with a group called the Data Squad at the high school. And we've been working with folks in the Medco program in terms of looking at what the data says and what the students are saying about their own emotional needs. And then we want to take that data and then we want to share it with both our school community and work with our faculty in revealing what are the different areas where we need to work on and what are the positives. And then we also want to have conversations with students that say, well, this is the data you gave us. Could you give us more anecdotal information about what that data means to you? And then work on having community conversations with parents. Tell us more about what this means for you, and then do some real active listening about what parts of our practices we can change. We've been using, this is my 24th year in Brookline. We've been using the phrase data-driven decision-making for years. We have some of the infrastructure in place to activate that data. But in order for the data to truly inform practice, we need to have mechanisms and policies in place. And in MTSS, they talk a lot about the move from admiring the problem to actual data-driven decision-making. And so part of the question that we ask ourselves are, what are the structures we need to put in place to make that a reality for the district? I'm passing it over to Mindy Paulo.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Mindy Paulo, the Director of English Language Education, Pre-K through 12. Thank you for having me join you tonight. I'm going to share some slides with you to depict how mental health has affected English learners in our district. Schools are the de facto mental health system for many of our children and adolescents. When schools are closed or our students don't have full access to their education, they lose an anchor in life and their mental health symptoms could relapse. School routines are important coping mechanisms for our young people, even those without mental health issues. Many of our students have been unable to access the mental health supports they once had in place, like peer support groups or face-to-face counseling. Those services have either been canceled or shifted to phone or online services that are very challenging for students whose first language is not English to be able to access. So who are these students? English learners are 579 of the enrollment in our district, grades pre-K through 12. Of those 579 students, 545 of them are in grades pre-K through 8, and 34 students are in grades 9 through 12. Of that 579 students, we have 80 who are currently participating in the Remote Learning Academy. What do our students feel? What do our students hear? What do our students think? These are the voices of our English learners. Last year, I really liked school, but this year I hate it. It's hard for me to get help and understand everything. I don't know how to learn on the computer, so I just give up learning. A student in grade 8. Everything is hard for me. I don't speak good English, so I can't understand. It's very hard for me to focus on school because I feel I am terrible at everything. A student in grade 5. I feel alone and sad most days. I can't make friends. Every day I cry because I want to have friends. Friends make me happy and excited. A student in grade 2. And some of the voices of our parents and guardians. We are new to this country. My whole family is isolated. There is no opportunity to join the community and make friends. We are like prisoners in our home by ourselves. My child cries every day because she can't understand what is happening. I never thought I would see my daughter experience so much stress at such a young age. It's going to take years for her to recover from this kind of anxiety. I don't speak any English, and my wife only speaks a little bit of English. We can't help our children with their schoolwork. This is breaking us apart. And the voices of our teachers. In a recent survey that was sent to them, we asked, which of the following feelings have your students shared they are experiencing? And teachers could also report on what their parents and guardians of their students have shared with them. Of the respondents, 63% said that their students are experiencing loneliness, isolation, and separation. 60% said that they are experiencing stress or anxiety. And almost 50% that they're experiencing disappointment and sadness. We have a student who has attempted to commit suicide this year. We have students who have now been diagnosed with depression. We have students who are experiencing decreased motivation. Which of the following concerns have your students shared they are experiencing? Staying connected with others and minimal social interaction. Almost 69% of our teachers reported that students have shared this. 74% have shared that our students are having difficulty, trouble having trouble focusing on their schoolwork. And 48% said that students have reported they're struggling to maintain routines. How are we addressing some of these needs? At the school level, we're doing our best as a staff to alleviate some of the anxiety through lessons, materials, and teaching strategies. We're making time for students to be able to share their feelings through questions of the day. We meet with students, classroom teachers, guidance counselors, followed by emails and more meetings with parents. We provide ample opportunities for students to share their culturally diverse experiences and share back in what we try to provide as a safe group setting. Try to make sure that classes are welcoming and safe by taking time to talk about how students are feeling, by making time to meet with the parents and students who seem to be suffering above and beyond. We encourage our English learners to set up virtual play dates or socially distanced outdoor play dates. We encourage our students to take regular breaks, to walk, look away from the screen, and simply breathe. We have a wonderful program at the high school, the BHS Ambassadors, who welcome our new students, who help them navigate the high school and get to know them as the first point of social peer contact. At the district level, we are offering monthly virtual office hours for our families. We hold regular one-on-one parent meetings as often as needed to make sure that parents feel supported and have access to the resources that they need. We share these resources as best as we can. We also do a number of socially distant home wellness visits for those students that we have great concern. We offer after-school virtual social programs, trivia nights, game nights, workshops for parents and guardians. This coming month, we'll have Dr. Teresa MC present a workshop to parents on self-care skills. We have some other workshops planned to help parents understand how to support students with executive functioning skills as well. But it's not enough. And what's missing? In order to support the mental health needs of our students, we must increase the academic support. We know that education and mental health are inextricably linked. We have to increase academic support for these students. Increased opportunities for social connections. For many of our students, they are new to this country. They haven't had the opportunity to connect with others. They don't have other family members here. Many of them are alone. Professional development to understand cultural implications of mental health. And human resources. Culturally and linguistically diverse clinicians. Our clinicians are doing an incredible job trying to support our students. But for many of them, to understand the culturally and linguistically implications is not always readily available. And clinical staff devoted to supporting the social emotional needs of our English learners. For us, for our English learners, and for all students, education and mental health are part of the basic human rights of all students. Thank you.
Thanks, Mindy. Next, we'll have Shoma Haig and Jeanette Sargent representing the STEPS program.
Yeah. All right. So good evening, everyone. My name is Jeanette Sargent. I am the PSB District Coordinator for Steps to Success. We have a very short presentation. Images are powerful. So I will kick it over to Shoma to get started.
Thanks, Jeanette. Thank you all for giving us the opportunity to present this tonight. My name is Shoma Hawk. I'm the Executive Director of Steps to Success, Inc. Wanted to just start off with a quick snapshot of our students. We serve about 260 students in Steps to Success from elementary through high school. The largest number of our K-8 students are at the Ridley School, and we have about 144 students at BHS. As you can see, 48% of our students have an IEP compared to 16% of the district students as a whole, and about 40% are on a medical alert. Most of our students live in public housing in Brookline and are considered to be economically disadvantaged and qualify for free and reduced lunch. And about 87% of our students are students of color.
So as we've mentioned before, most of our families live in Brookline Housing Authority units, and there's a 10 to 15 year wait list to get into Brookline Housing. Prioritization factors to get off of that wait list are for families who've experienced domestic violence, homelessness, and/or a family member with a major disability. So these are all traumatic experiences. And when a child experiences certain traumatic experiences, they're called ACE scores, adverse childhood experiences. And they can be linked to adult conditions like depression, headaches, and heart disease. And looking at the pyramid, ACE experiences can impact disrupted neurodevelopment, social, emotional, and cognitive impairment, adoption of health risk behavior, disease, disability, social problems, and even early death. So having a trusted adult who really understands and believes in a person may mitigate the long-term effects of early trauma.
The pandemic has had a significant impact on our students and our staff in STEPS Success, both in terms of their health, their economic, and their social emotional well-being. As you can see, and as we recently found out, 40% of families in BHA have been behind in rent and requested assistance. We have given out ourselves through STEPS over $6,000 worth of gift cards to families in need from March through this past month. And many of our caregivers have reported heightened emotional stress as a result of the pandemic within their family.
And here's our academic data for this year. So starting with the 4th through 5th graders, as of the recent report card that just came out, 56% of our 4th graders are approaching or are not yet at their instructional reading level, and 88% of our 5th graders are at approaching or not yet for their instructional reading level. And then looking to our middle schoolers, you could see that they've gone from 45 to 46% as of the latest report card have a D or an E in one or more academic class. And how you do in middle school, especially 7th and 8th grade, informs the classes you are referred to in high school. And in terms of our high schoolers who have a D or an E in one or more academic class, we started with 40% of our students had a D or an E in one or more academic class, and that's gone up to 43% for the second quarter. And I want to say that teachers and support staff and administrators have done an amazing job to try to support and collaborate with students, really going above and beyond. So thanks to Matt Dubois and team, we have information from the Panorama survey. And this universal screener is super helpful in just seeing where students are at emotionally. So as you could see for our 3rd through 5th graders, there's a difference between students who are in public housing and students who are not in public housing. The FRPL is for students on free or reduced lunch plan versus not on free or reduced lunch plan. So while school belonging is higher, which is great, self-efficacy, meaning the belief that one can consistently experience academic success, is much lower. And then looking at our 6th through 12th graders, school belonging declined significantly, as does self-efficacy and grit. And for 3rd through 12th grades, emotional regulation skills are lower, and this can impact challenges with attendance, work completion, shutting down in class, and or expressing anger in class.
So we asked some of our staff to share their observations of their experiences with our students recently. And I wanted to read one in particular from Paul Epstein. Many of you know is a longtime social worker at the high school and works with STEPS students. And he wanted us to share, for their advisees, STEPS advisors are part life coach, guidance counselor, mentor, tracker, therapist, fan club president, and school-based supplemental parent. But despite their outsized role in the lives of their students, I firmly believe that STEPS would be well served to have a full-time STS social worker. I base my assertion that this position would pay tremendous dividends on my own observation experiences, having served as a assigned social worker for hundreds of STEPS students over the years. Social workers are uniquely qualified and well-positioned to design and implement interventions that are therapeutic and clinically informed. For no other reason than the very nature of the financial landscape of their financial situation and the impacts of poverty on every single aspect of their lives, SDS students are more likely than the overall student population to face additional barriers to achieving peak academic performance, managing stressors, and maintaining emotional equilibrium.
And with our, oh, go ahead, Shoma.
So we did want to share also a little bit of data from the fall. Our after-school programs for 4th and 8th graders have experienced a decrease in participation this year compared to last. And we've been troubled in particular by the experience of our students who are not participating in after school right now with us. They've been experiencing excessive school absences and have struggled with their physical and mental health and financial resources for the family, and only 12% of them are doing well academically. And we're trying to support the students that we are engaging with on a regular basis in a variety of ways. We're trying to meet some gaps through focusing on virtual learning and homework support this fall. We've implemented a new social emotional learning curriculum called Second Step this year, focused on growth mindset, emotional management, empathy, and kindness. We're doing a variety of enrichment in STEAM and hosting virtual college visits so the students can look ahead.
And with our last slide, just more information on why there's a need for an STS specific social worker. So right now, 48% of our BHS STS students have an assigned social worker. And in the elementary schools, there, as Maria stated, there's one BEEP social worker and one specifically for students in the TLC program. So we have 115 elementary STS students. If we apply that 48% to our 115 elementary STS students, that would be a potential caseload, social worker caseload of 55. And we would envision this STS social worker being an SEL coach for elementary teachers that work with STS students. With the addition of an STS social worker, STS elementary advisors could start advising younger grades for earlier intervention. And earlier intervention and SEL support equals the district spending less money on special education. And social emotional learning and support is equity work. And I will end with a quote from the National Equity Project. All learning is social and emotional, and all learning is mediated by relationships that sit in a socio-political, racialized context for all children, not just those that are Black and brown. SEL offers the possibility of acknowledging, addressing, and healing from ways we have all been impacted by racism and systemic oppression, and to create inclusive learning environments in which students of color and students living in poverty experience a sense of belonging, agency to shape the content and process of their learning, and to thrive. Thank you. And we will turn it over to Dr. Lizama and Kendall Jones.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone. I know our time is limited, so we'll get right to it. So I just want to go over our METCO enrollment and staffing right now. So currently we have 290 students K through 12 in the METCO program. Out of that 290, we have 205 students in K through 8 and 85 students in our 9 through 12. Sorry about that. Our staffing at this moment right now is at the high school. We have Mr. Carthorne, who serves as our high school coordinator, and Mr. Green, who serves as our METCO advisor. In our K through 8 staff, we have 4 advisors, Ms. Harvey, Ms. Kimbrough, Ms. Morales, and Ms. Huggins. We also have 1 social worker who's working with our remote learning academy. District-wide, we have Mr. Jones, who's with us this evening, who works with our students and families K through 12, and our family and community engagement coordinator, Ms. Sejin Choi, our executive assistant, Ms. Donna Scott, and myself. So for us, in thinking about when I came in 3 years ago as the director, we have always centered our work and focus around mental health and social emotional services for our students and families. And as many of our colleagues talked this evening about the pandemic for COVID-19, a lot of what we have been dealing with our students is racism in America. And that has created trauma for many of our students. And this has led to fear, anger, and anxiety, which has increased toxic stress for our students and families. Mr. Jones will talk a little bit right now, about some of the needs of our students and families, and then we will end with sharing some of the work that we are doing in the METCO program.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kendall Jones. Like Dr. Lazama just said, I am the social worker / adjustment counsel for the district for K through 12. And what you guys see now is some of the things that I've had opportunity to talk with our kids about, and they name some things that they're going through when they talked about our current climate. Traumatic, challenging, difficult, trying, stressful, chaotic, confusing, surreal, uncertain, settling, disorienting. So sitting down with our students, whether on remote or hybrid, I've come up with 5 things that stood out. You know, they lack self-regulation, the ability to monitor and manage their emotions, thoughts, behaviors in ways that are acceptable. They're having difficulties problem solving. And due to COVID, you know, we used to hold large meetings before COVID happened with group meetings and fun activities. Now our students lack that positive connection and relationships with people in the building and their peers. Stress management and understanding compassion and how to put that into action. So how are we meeting some of the needs of our kids? Because again, some of our kids are remote, so it's kind of difficult to get everybody in the masses. We have a group called CORE, which stands for Communicating Our Real Experiences. And CORE is it's a student-led mentoring type program we have at the high school for our METCO kids. We meet twice a week during S block and have a group discussion on various topics such as stress management, building / maintaining positive relationships, mental health, current events, and leadership development, and much more. We also have one-to-one where I meet with students one-to-one, whether in person or on Zoom. Myself and Mr. Green, who's the METCO advisor, we try to push into kids' classrooms and meetings with staff. And the goal is to build trusting relationships that can help lay the necessary foundation for academic learning and social emotional growth and development. So sitting down with parents, I've come up with 3 things. They're telling me that they're lacking school and community connection, and they want more activities for not only their kids, but themselves together when they're not on screens. And parents have definitely noticed that their kids need a lot of social support around social emotional learning, not only for their kids, but for themselves also. So I apologize for my voice. I also coach basketball and I lost my voice tonight. So I'm trying to work through it. But how are we meeting needs for parents? We have weekly updates from our advisors and coordinators on current events and important school notices. We have parent workshops that are put on by advisors, whether high school or the K through 8. Monthly newsletters go out, keeping parents updated on what's happening, not only at their child's school, but in the Brookline and Boston community as well. We have emails, phone calls going out by not only myself, but our other social worker, Joanne. Counseling service for the children provided by METCO social work, like I just said. METCO advisors and social workers providing activities to families to encourage more face-to-face time with their kids.
So thank you, Kendall, and I'm just gonna stop screen share right now. Share. Okay, I'm gonna work that out. But one of the things that we are doing right now for our METCO staff is that we're meeting twice a week to discuss ways that we can provide more mental health and social emotional supports for our students. So we are in the process right now with hiring a social worker and revamping our staffing structure to support more students and families who are dealing with mental health and social emotional needs. So what we are looking at right now is, in addition to adding a social worker, We are also looking to tap into some of our MECO graduates who are social workers and psychologists right now. So with the work of myself, Kendo, Mr. Cawthorn at the high school, we've reached out to a number of MECO Brookline graduates who are willing to come back and serve in those roles to support our students and families. And we felt that this was important to do, one, to invest in our students who knows our community and knows our students and knows the experiences of being a Brookline MECO student. So we are in the process of putting a few things in place with the hopes that we will meet the needs of our students and families. Thank you. Now I will pass it on if I can get out of screen share.
Thank you, Dr. Lizama. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Next up and last speakers for the night is Dr. Matthew Dubois and Mr. Poon again.
Thanks, Casey. Hi, everyone. My colleagues have done a beautiful job this evening, sort of laying out the landscape. So I'll try to remain brief. I do want to start with highlighting a really important point that's been made by several folks this evening. I think we all collectively know how important it is to maximize student learning right now, and certainly as we're thinking about designing instruction next year. To do that is going to be critical that we make sure that every single student is emotionally available for all the academic instruction that we provide them. What we know from research and what we know from our lived experiences is that when a student is experiencing distress, they are not going to benefit from instruction the ways that we want them to. So in holding that value at the forefront, so we want to maximize student learning, it's going to be really, really critical that we very intentionally and thoughtfully and systematically target SEL at the classroom level, at the small group level, as a lot of folks have talked about, and certainly at the individual student level as well. As some folks have referenced this evening, we've partnered with Panorama Education throughout this year to do universal social and emotional behavioral screening. And those data have been really, really important for us to understand not just the emotional experiences of students as people have described, but also understanding their sense of connectedness to us as educators, and also an understanding their belief that they can do well in school. Jeanette referenced those self-efficacy data. And what this information has allowed us to do is of course, understanding individual student needs. But as Jeanette has described and as other folks have talked about, understanding how different groups within the public schools of Brookline are doing, understanding the needs at a school level, at a grade level, and certainly at a district level as well. From the sort of the granular approach and sort of understanding individual student need, we have a data team at the high school, and what we do is after students complete the survey, we try to organize it in a way where we can identify our students who are most in need. And then to make those data actionable, we then hand them off to our guidance counselors and to our deans and to our social workers. And they do a beautiful job rallying around those data to make sure that our students who are most in need have support. Darby talked about earlier, we also use those data to identify students to be recommended to our student intervention team. Darby also talked about our advisory, and that is a beautiful and really important place for students to establish connection with adults and to build community. All of our advisory teachers also have access to those data. One intervention that they're taking on is something that Castle has designed. It's called a 5-minute chat. It's a one-on-one conversation that adults can have with students to make sure that they feel seen, that they're feeling heard, and the advisory teachers have really anchored their conversations based on that Panorama information. Zooming back, as some folks have talked about, we're also able to understand what our needs are at the school level. Given the number of kids who are hurting right now, and we have a lot of them, it's really important that we're thinking about this also at the classroom level. And so our BHS SEL team has really focused very intentionally on increasing the use of strategies in the classroom by teachers to increase kids' wellness, to reduce their distress, to very intentionally create space for kids to learn different social and emotional competencies, and also to build relationships with each other and also with their teachers. As an example of that type of work, we send out a weekly SEL newsletter to our staff. We've also started making that newsletter available to our elementary schools, and they highlight very specific strategies that teachers can hopefully use the next day after receiving this newsletter that they can use in their classroom to help support students. As a final thing, I want to highlight, and this is a very powerful thing that we're able to do with these data, is that we're able to evaluate the impact of our work. Energy and time are very limited resources, and so it's really, really important that we're doing what works and what is supporting students. And so by having these data, we're able to evaluate, is what we're doing working? As an example of that, as we entered this school year, we understood how important it was going to be to reestablish connection with students. What the data told us in September is that as compared to pre-COVID, our students were feeling much less connected to us. That was the cost of the school closure. Beautifully and super importantly, when students completed the survey right before winter break, they were feeling significantly more connected to us as adults. Brian referenced the number of guidance counselors that are being identified as safe adults and teachers. Overall, we had 125 different educators identified as a safe adult. In a climate where we are so concerned about our kids, we're so worried about them being lonely and isolated, that is much more valuable than knowing that you have an adult to go to at school when things are going badly for you. And so continuing to use these data to understand the impact of our work is going to be critical now and also moving forward. And so I'll turn it over to Brian to sort of end our time together this evening.
Casey has let me know that we're running late, so I'll be brief, I'll be quick. Matt and I have been partnering for the last 3 years about trying to make data actionable. 2 years ago, Matt and I came to Town Hall and we spoke to all district leaders and all principals of all the elementary schools about what we could do just with Aspen X2 in terms of looking at global data, which different people have referenced, as well as the panorama data, which focuses on SEL. And then everyone was on board, and yet there wasn't funding. And so we had a whole year delay in terms of our ability to do survey work, and we've restarted that work now. We have an opportunity to create a district level architecture for data with the tools that we presently have, but we need to have the staffing and we need to have the policy that moves from looking at the data, because we've had access to the data to the people and then making it activated. We can do that both with whole groups, the whole student bodies of all schools, but we really want to target 5th through 8th grade in terms of our next step, because data shows that that's the critical time period in terms of a predictor for success in 9th grade and at the high school. And so part of our ask is thinking about what data teams we need to have and what leadership we need to have and time to make it possible to take this data both on the global as well as the granular student by student level, so that we can have as excellent interventions as we possibly can. We have the wherewithal to do it. We just need the time, money, leadership to make it happen. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, everyone, for joining me tonight. Suzanne, back to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Casey. Oh my goodness. So that was so much to process. It's so much good work. I'm afraid we're not going to have enough time to really dig into it as much as we want. I guess I would suggest that we can certainly take some comments and questions now for a few minutes, and that perhaps we have parts come back at another time, so we can, do a deeper dive into some of this that we learned tonight. There was just a lot of information, and I do want to thank everyone for the good work you're doing. It's absolutely critical to our families and our students and our staff, so thank you for that. Who would like to make a comment? And we'll just let people do a few comments. It's not nearly enough, I understand that. Mariah?
I have a thank you and a and then a technical comment. So first, the thank you. This work feels like in an incredibly draining year, when all of your work is hard every year, this feels like exceptionally hard work. So thank you for that. My technical question, and I think this is for Casey, but maybe not, so bear with me. Is the Steps to Success social worker embedded within what the request that you're already envisioning for the ESSER 2 money?
Yes. There's also the $1 million that Mary Ellen showed in that line item earlier.
But that's the ESSER 2 money, that $1 million.
She had the $1 million and then she had the 1.6, I thought.
The 1.6 is the total revenue. The 1 million is the money we're spending.
Oh, right. Yes,
Yeah.
it is included in that. Yes.
Okay. And then I guess my part B to that question is, are there other parts to what we heard tonight that are not contained within the budget that we voted that we should be adding on? And I don't know if you have those answers tonight, but I wish we had, if the answer is no, I wish we had some of this information beforehand too.
Yeah, that's a great question. So when we looked at building the base budget, what we did was actually took the enrollment at each school and used the National Association for School Social Worker ratio of 1 in 250 and came up with a number there for the number of social workers that we would have, which is close to 24 or 25. And then thinking about, so that's that, I don't know exactly where that is within the base budget. Mary Ellen can speak to that piece. So there's that number. And then there's the $1 million ask there, which, you know, at about $80,000 for a salary per FTE, it wouldn't get us to the 20, but it would certainly get us a significant number of mental health professionals in our schools.
Dimitri?
Thank you, Suzanne. I wanted to say thank you to everyone. I was really impressed with the presentations. I think Mindy, I was particularly touched by a lot of what you shared with us, and of course, everyone else. I think it speaks to the urgency of really trying to find a way to get as many of our students back into school. I think the consistent thread I heard from everyone is that our kids are hurting, and if we focus on what's good for them, finding a solution to get them back into school. I was just going to ask Casey, if you don't mind, if Brian can send you that information, because I would just love to know the piece that he talked about data and just understanding what do we need there, especially as we're talking about budget stuff. So that might be useful. But I can get that as an email, so it doesn't have to be tonight.
Absolutely.
Any other comments, questions? Yes, Susan?
So first, I just want to echo the thanks. I've now been to 9 listening sessions with teachers, with parents, with students, and across the board, mental health is by far the #1 issue that has come up. And I just think people need to hear over and over and over again that mental health is health. I mean, you don't need to hear it. We all need to hear that mental health is health. Mental health is public health, and that this pandemic has created not only physical risks, but mental health risks as well. And destigmatizing them and normalizing them and talking about them and staffing them as we do with the physical health risks is just so important. So I just want to thank every one of you for what you do every day with each other, with the students, but as well here tonight trying to pull it together for us. And obviously, you know, the mental health of our mental health professionals, we know is another issue. So just sort of a hope that you all are finding ways to take care of yourselves in this. You know, Dimitri, I think it would be helpful. In prior years, we have seen panorama data aggregated. So if there's some way we can do that, I think that would be helpful to us, just so that we can tie it. We've heard a lot of anecdotes and a lot of really heartbreaking stories from students in particular about the needs that they're seeing, the needs that their peers are seeing. And so it'd just be really helpful for us to pull that in. But I guess sort of just on a more personal level, if there are other things that you can see that we need, data is obviously important, but to sort of get a panoramic view, but really to sort of like dig in with the relationship piece. If there are other things that you all are seeing that you think we need, I'd love to hear that as well, because we also know that there's a lot of fear about returning to the buildings. As much as we know that kids need to be in school, we also know that among a number of families, particularly vulnerable families, that they are disproportionately represented in our remote learning as well. And so I just love to hear just on a more qualitative level if there are things you think that we need, that would be helpful.
Barbara?
As I listen to this, I begin to think about next year. These problems aren't going to go away. So the issue is, what can we do as a school system at the very beginning of the year? And I'm thinking it might be some sort of social interactions, maybe even before school opens, something that bring children together with one another in ways that they can relax a bit before they actually enter the classroom. I don't know exactly how to go about it, but I think as I listen to these incredible presentations tonight, I think about what is going to confront us, the teachers largely, when they go back to school and they have all of these children, many of whom have had social and psychological setbacks because of the kind of year we've had this year. So I think if we can think of some ways that we can, some things that we can do that will help children get back and interact with a lot of people. I mean, it's kind of scary to walk into school and there's a classroom of children you haven't seen for a long time and you don't know any of them. But if we could do some sort of social get-togethers before school opens at the various buildings and around certain grade levels, I think it might be useful. I think that we have to help children remember what it was like when they were going to school every day, when they were interacting with one another every day. And because I think that their fear and their comfort level is going to be just, is going to be difficult at the beginning of the school year. So this, I think if we could think about some things we could do, it would be good for us to do that.
Thank you, Barbara. Helen, did you want to say something?
Yes. Well, first of all, thank you all for your excellent reports, and sad, for all of us to listen to what's happening to children. One of the things I worry about is, children don't turn off, their social emotional issues come June and then turn them on in September. It's a year-round thing. And I'm concerned about how we make sure that kids don't get lost over the summer. How we make, I don't know, maybe we need to rethink a little bit, social work positions in general in the schools, so that they're not just a 9-month position, but maybe a 12-month position with vacations, of course, and stuff like that, so that we're actually serving kids and really helping them throughout. So that's one thought that I have. I mean, and my other big fear is we will have the money this year, hopefully, to hire some more social workers. But like happened in the past when we had a grant for social workers in the elementary schools, we had them for about, I think it was 3 or 4 years. I don't know if anybody remembers exactly. And then the grant went away. And when we had to have some budget cuts, social workers went away. So how do we find ways to make sure that that doesn't happen again would be important. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. I I think that we will end this for now. Thank you, everybody, for coming and for sharing with us. Okay, yeah, sure, Jim. You're on mute, Jim.
Sorry. I just wanted to say, as I listened to the reports across the spectrum of the district, that you could feel, I could definitely feel the compassion that people have doing this work and how much they care about their kids and how much I think it's impacting the people around this table tonight as well, as they try to do this work in the face of such odds and seeing their children suffer and seeing their families suffer, trying to help their children. It's got to be taking its toll on you too. So as you were speaking, I was feeling that the work that you're doing is beyond description, and it's across the entire district. It's good that you reported the length of it, because it shows how in every corner of the school system, how much you care about the kids and how difficult the odds are that you're dealing with right now. So, congratulations on doing such good work. I hope your spirits are up and keep going. You're representing the school system very well. Thank you.
And I just did want to add, just again, as many of us have been on these listening tours, we have heard some really heart-wrenching stories. Maybe a few students who have fallen through the cracks through nobody's fault, but are not feeling as connected. And again, we just want to say to all our students and our families, find a teacher, administrator, a guidance counselor, someone that you can trust and feel safe with at your schools, and they will get you in touch with the right person. So that's the message I'm hearing from all of you. And that's the message that we've been giving to our families and students as we go on our listening tours. But it's just really important that people get help, because there's very good help out there. And it's a matter of making the connections and getting the relationships strong and helping our students and families. So thank you all very much. And I expect that we will have some of you back so that we can go more in depth in some of what you told us about tonight. You're welcome to stay, but you certainly are not required to stay. So you can just wave goodbye and you can go back and get ready for school tomorrow. Thank you.
No school tomorrow.
No school tomorrow.
Right, no school tomorrow. Enjoy your vacation.
Lunar New Year. Lunar New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year and Lunar New Year, and do something nice for yourself over vacation, for sure.
I was going to say, thank you for spending the first evening of vacation with us.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot. Okay, Helen, you are up to tell us about the superintendent search.
Right, and thank you for that's a hard act to follow what just happened. I have shared with all of you the report from the Superintendent Search Committee, but the public has not gotten it, and so I'm going to actually read the report out loud so that it will be in the minutes and people will know. The Superintendent Search Committee for the Public Schools of Brookline has concluded the process of gathering and screening applications and conducting initial interviews of candidates to lead the district. 18 candidates completed the application process. There were 3 African Americans, 2 Asians, and and 13 white applicants. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure the numbers added up here. 9 were female and 9 were male. The search committee conducted 8 interviews and recommended 3 excellent candidates to be put forward for further consideration. From the time of the recommendation from the search committee until today, 2 candidates, for various reasons, withdrew their names for consideration for this announcement. Before this announcement, actually, sorry. The members of the search committee, though, are pleased to present to the school committee Dr. Linus Guillory for your consideration. Dr. Guillory began his career in education as a middle school science teacher in Texas before joining the staff of NASA Johnson Space Center as an educational specialist in 2002. He subsequently worked as an assistant principal and principal before joining the faculty of the Rochester, New York Public Schools, where he was a high school principal, school chief, and deputy superintendent, overseeing instruction and learning for 58 schools and administrative teams. He relocated to the Northeast, working as an academic superintendent for the Boston Public Schools. And he is presently the chief schools officer for the Lowell Public Schools. Dr. Guillory earned his PhD in environmental science at Oklahoma State University and his BA in biology at Texas A&M. Dr. Guillory was strongly encouraged to pursue the superintendency by Lowell Superintendent Dr. Joel Boyd. And for his collaborative work in Rochester, he has the recommendation of the Rochester Teachers Association President, Adam Urbanski, one of the nation's foremost labor leaders. The citizens of Brookline owe a great debt of gratitude to the 17 members of the search committee who spent many hours reviewing applications and conducting very diligent and thorough interviews with the candidates. The search committee consisted of the following diverse group of individuals, most of them carried over from their search last year, representing many different facets of our educational community. I was the chair of the search committee. Dimitri Alsam, a school committee member, was on the committee, along with Suzanne Federspiel. I'm not going to say what everybody represented. Well, I will try. So Dimitri Alsam, a school committee member, Brookline High School parent and former teacher. Suzanne Federspiel, school committee chair, former Boston Public Schools principal. David Perlman, school committee vice chair and an attorney. Malcolm Cawthorn, BHS METCO coordinator and teacher, also on the Commission for Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. Nicole Chassie, a kindergarten teacher from the Ridley School. Arthur Conquest III, Brookline Adult and Community Education Board Chair and community member. Cecilia Costanzo, Driscoll School grades 6, 7, and 8 Spanish teacher. Grace Fernbach, parent and Lawrence School PTO board member, former, she's a board member actually, now a former president of the PTO. Marcia Innes Mitchell, a Metco parent and the Boston Public Schools administrator. Kenny Kozol, the curriculum coordinator for K through 12 performing arts. Linda Monak, parent and special education parent advisory council co-chair. Casey Noel Miller, our Deputy Superintendent for Student Services. Felicia Robinson, a BHS student. Joseph Russo, Interim Human Resources Director. Asa Sebelius, Heath School Principal. Karen Wang, parent, Brookline Education Foundation Board member, BHS PTO, Brookline Asian American Family Network Steering Committee, and BHS China Exchange. A special, real special thanks goes to Robin Coyne, the administrative assistant for the school committee, who oversaw the organization of the process and was invaluable in her assistance. The application package for the candidate has been forwarded to the school committee members for your review. We also need to thank Glenn Kusher of MASC for all their work in helping us with this whole process. Our next steps will be to schedule opportunities for school committee members to meet with Dr. Guillory virtually and in person where possible. There'll be various opportunities for the public and stakeholders to meet virtually with Dr. Guillory and provide feedback to the school committee. We will also be setting up Zoom meetings with staff and students. Once the schedule is finalized, Ms. Coyne will send it out and post it on the PSB website. Also, during the next few weeks, the school committee will be doing reference checks for Dr. Guillory. Our goal is to have a school committee decision by March 4th at our meeting. And that's my report.
Thank you, Helen.
And we're very excited to be moving forward.
We are. Thank you for all that work. Thank you to the committee. It's a lot of work, but
It was an awful lot of work, and that's why I took the time to read it. I know it took time from our meeting, but I wanted to make sure that everybody was acknowledged who worked very hard on the search committee. There were a lot of hours spent.
thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any comment or a question from the committee members?
And I will ask actually Ms. Coyne to post this, I guess on the PSB website search, the superintendent search piece, so that people at home can read this at their leisure. Mariah.
So just so I'm totally, you said the next step is there's like a reference check. Is that what you said? was
There's
the next
reference
step?
checks, there's meetings with the community, with staff, parents, teachers, students, fifth floor, school committee.
Okay.
There's
there's
all
still-
those.
So those
pieces,
things are
and
all to be scheduled and.
They are in the process of being scheduled. It will probably be happening. He will be visiting Brookline probably on Friday, February 26th. Going to some of the schools, coming to the fifth floor, and possibly meeting with school committee members there too. So all of that is in the process. We'll post that schedule when we have it. I'll ask you maybe to post it on social media so that other people can have access to it, and we'll let the TAP know too.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I'll
Okay.
turn it over to you, Suzanne.
Okay, thank you so much, Helen. I'm very excited. I'm excited for everybody to meet him. I've enjoyed several hours with him now. So,
Right.
I'm excited for others to meet him as well. That'll be great. Administrative business, consent agenda, past record, February 4th, and acceptance of grants and gifts. I move the consent agenda. Do we have a second? Thank you.
I can second it.
Yeah, a lot of you did. Thank you. Any questions, comments before we take a vote? Seeing, oh, Andy, go ahead.
I just recall that the last time there was a gift of face masks, it was very important that these be properly acknowledged, and we sort of paid special attention to that. Is that the case again this time?
So is this an additional 50,000 masks?
Yes.
So I'm not sure
Yes,
that
it is.
I'm not sure that we've acknowledged the second gift of 50,000. Has it arrived?
Yes.
Barbara has her hand up. She might know the answer.
Yeah. Okay, Barbara. What do you
Yeah, the second gift has just arrived, and Karen Wang will be distributing them to the schools very soon. I was at a checks meeting today, and this is a total of 70,000 masks, 20,000 in the first group, 50,000 in this group. Karen will see that they are given out. We will write a thank you note to them. I think Robin is working on that right now. And I know that Judy Katz and her husband were talking about writing up some sort of news article that might go to the tab to give a little more thanks for this, because it's a pretty amazing thing that they would send this many masks. Anyway, that is what I know about it at this
Yeah.
point.
Thank you, Barbara. So we will follow up, Andy, definitely. We did the first time, but now we've got a second shipment, so we will definitely do that.
Thank you.
Yep. So now we need to vote on the consent agenda. Helen?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Barbara?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Susan?
Yeah.
Dimitri?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Thank you for that. We're moving into subcommittee reports. So if you have something to report, let me know and you can have the floor for a few minutes.
I have a couple
Ellen?
things.
Okay.
So Capital met on Tuesday and discussed the BEEP extended days and some new developments that will allow, well, that the Heath extended day will provide next year extended day services for Clark Road. There are 2 Heath pre-K classrooms that went over to Clark, and it was just a natural sort of synergy between the 2 programs, and they were interested in doing it. So that will be great for the pre-K students there. Also, Schools for Children, which is a private nonprofit, will be running the extended day programs both at Lynch and Putterham. We had asked the Baker extended day, but they were not interested in doing the Putterham one. We will be doing some sort of license with these programs. It's going to be coming back to Capital, I think, to recommend the licenses to the full school committee. We also had a brief discussion with Matt Gillis of the capital items that we might need for reopening school for full return to school. And Matt is, as we have said, is getting together those lists of items, desks, barriers, etc., that will be necessary to put forth the plan that we're going to have for bringing everybody back. So that's capital. I don't know, was there anything in the projects that was important to report out to school committee right now? I don't think so. I think that's all on that. I do want to do in public session the EDCO liaison, if I may.
Oh,
Is
we're
that
doing it
okay,
now?
Suzanne?
Yeah, are we doing it?
Well,
Okay.
this part is public. This part
Okay.
is public. So, and we're going to need to take a vote. So I'd like to get it out now so that we can vote at the next meeting. As many of you know, EDCO, which has been Brookline founded actually together with a few other districts as a collaborative, has after 50 years basically determined to terminate the collaboration, the collaborative. It is in serious financial difficulties, and there doesn't seem to be a path forward right now. So we got a letter which I forwarded to all of you. I hope you had a chance maybe to read it. Yeah, I will read it so that it goes into the record also here. In accordance with the EDCO Collaborative Articles of Agreement, the Board of Directors has voted to initiate termination of the collaborative effective June 30th, 2022. As required by Article 9, methods of termination, the motion was introduced at the request of Acton Boxborough School District and passed with the required 2/3 vote, 15 to 0 to 1. 15 affirmatives, no no's, and 1 abstention. Subsequently, in accordance with 603 CMR 50.11, parentheses 2, and the Mass Department of Elementary and Secondary Education's collaborative closing guidelines. This all has to do with the collaborative legislation that happened a number of years ago and requires many steps in the process to close. The school committees of member districts, us being, will vote to terminate the collaborative. Such discussion must take place in open public meetings, must occur by March 30th, 2021. The EDCO Board of Directors has voted that a simple majority is required by each school committee to approve termination. Lastly, the EDCO Board of Directors has voted to provide the Executive Director the authority to close individual programs and services. Closing dates for individual programs will be determined after consultation with program directors and partner agencies and may differ from the termination date of the collaborative. Please note that termination of the collaborative is final only when the collaborative has met all legal requirements, including the completion of items outlined in the collaborative closing guidelines. So I don't know if we can vote today. It wasn't docketed, so I'd rather have it docketed, and we could vote on the 25th to approve the termination of EDCO. Are there any questions? There's some things that we're going to be discussing in executive session with regards to litigation.
Would they close this school year or would they wait till July 1? June 30th?
I think the programs would end at the, they're working on it, let's put it that way, but the programs of the kids that are there, there's a couple dozen kids who are there, would close at the end of the school year.
Do we have any Brookline children there?
No.
Okay.
I don't think, Casey, we don't have anybody there, right?
Okay. Mariah?
Mariah?
Did you have-
That was my question too. I thought that was the case. I just wanted to confirm.
Yeah.
There's there's 24 at the Bedford site, and then there's another, I think close to a dozen in the deaf and hard of hearing program at in Newton. So it's very sad for me to say this. I must say I had been the chair for a couple of years there at EDCO. I've been the representative from the school committee for a number of years. In its heyday, it was really quite an organization that was able to go to the State House and get representatives to come and talk with us and get legislation through. It was quite active, professional development, job-alike groups. It saddens me that this is the case, but the economics just don't work. It's bleeding money.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have a committee report, liaison report? Yeah, I'll have Barbara and then David.
I attended a CHECS meeting today. It was the CHECS committee as well as people from the high school. As you know, the China exchange program was the group from Brookline last year was unable to go to China in the spring because of COVID. The Chinese students had come and were returning home, and the Brookline students were due to go in a couple of weeks, but they were unable to go. This year, of course, the Chinese students haven't come and the Brookline students aren't going. And this meeting was really beginning to think about how can we get this program on the road for next year. It's probably unlikely that Chinese students will be coming in the fall, but there was some talk about the possibility of doing some virtual exchange with classrooms being connected with the Chinese classrooms, different classrooms in various subjects, so that the Chinese students could participate as they would if they were here. I'm not sure. I mean, it's not, nothing is worked out at this point. So people were excited about the possibility of doing some virtual things. The question is, by this time next year, will our students be able to go? And it's quite to China, and it's quite possible that they will be. The problem that one is facing is who goes then? Are the students who were supposed to go last year, the students who will go next year? That many of those students will be seniors. Will they want to leave? I'm just bringing this up because there are all kinds of questions that need to be answered in order for the program to get back up and running. And I think that's beginning to happen with this meeting that started today. And everybody seemed very clear that they wanted to get things moving forward again as much as they could. So I just wanted to let you know that this is happening, and people seem to be excited that it's happening, and we'll see where it goes.
Thank you, Barbara. David?
Thank you, Suzanne. So the policy subcommittee met this past Monday, and we began our session by delving into a discussion of the student grouping, inclusion, and placement practices policy, which is fairly unique to Brookline. I've looked at the policy handbooks for over a dozen other peer districts that do not have a policy on this. Our policy dates back to around 1970. I personally really like it because I think it highlights the importance that Brookline places on grouping and placement and the thoughtfulness that goes behind it. At this policy subcommittee meeting, it was very well attended by our principals. The principals of Heath, Baker, and Ridley were present, and they described the practices that they engage in around placement and inclusion. It was a very thoughtful discussion. Hal Mason, the assistant headmaster from the high school, was also present, and he talked about the high school perspective on those issues. We were also joined by Mindy Pala, the coordinator of for ELL programs, and she also explained the implications for our ELL students around grouping and placement. I thought it was a very robust discussion, and I'm very, very thankful and appreciative that they participated in that to help us understand better the great work that's already taking place. There were some suggestions about possible tweaks to the policy, but I think it's likely that we're going to keep it close to the same. So after that discussion, we talked about the student rights and responsibilities policy. This is something that just about any district in the state has a version of. Ours is quite different. It's a bit heavier on procedures rather than on mission statements. The MASC has a template version of this that most other districts seem to work off of. So we were discussing the possibility of combining the two, because our policy talks a lot about how we are going to give students voice, and we want to make sure that any revised policy continues to include that critical component. Then we also talked about the policy on special services, which is extremely outdated. There have been a lot of changes in state and federal law since we developed that policy. Most other districts do not have a policy on special services. And so as a result, the subcommittee voted unanimously to recommend to the full school committee that we remove that policy from the handbook. So that's something that is going to be on the docket for a future school committee meeting, and we can have further discussion around that at that time. We also had an introductory conversation around the school calendar. A lot of parents have reached out to me expressing some concerns and also just questions around the thought that goes behind why our schedule is structured the way it is. And I'm not just referring to our schedule for this year, but our schedule in general, which has a lot of early dismissals that are baked into it. And we also discussed in that context the possibility of snow days becoming remote education days. There did not seem to be an appetite at all for that, so don't worry. But from that conversation, we sort of broadened it a bit to whether remote education or remote platforms have a place in the future for the district. And a lot of people expressed some interest in utilizing some of the positives that have come from remote platforms, perhaps in the context of parent-teacher conferences, for example, because of the greater efficiency and convenience that the remote platform offers for facilitating those types of meetings. And that was basically the policy meeting. So we will next meet the second Monday of March.
We covered a lot, David. Thank you. Also, just a shout out to David. We've been doing all these listening sessions with families, communities, educators, and students. And David really organized a lot of that. So thank you to David and to Robin for making that happen. I really appreciate that work. Anybody else have anything that they want? Sorry, Susan?
Yeah, I would just like to let folks know that tomorrow at 3 o'clock, panel 4 and panel 2 will be having a joint meeting. Panel 4 is health, safety, and operations. Panel 2 is whole child wellness and social emotional learning. And so they're going to be focused on mental health specifically and mental health risks during the pandemic. So I think it'll be a nice complement to what we heard tonight from our educators, and so all are welcome if you want to come. And hopefully I've asked them if they'll be willing to come and speak to the full school committee as well, just because Friday on a holiday weekend before a holiday week is not quite the best way to get information out. But I know that this is an important thing that other people will want to see as well. So they will be tape recording it in case you don't have better movies to watch next week. But I think it's also worth having them come and talk to us as well.
Thank you. And where do they get the link for that, Susan?
So anybody can get it on the Brookline website, brooklinema.gov. It's posted on the town website. I would say that if anyone is a school committee member or a PSB educator, if we see you in the attendee group and you want to come over, I'll flip you over to panelist to join the discussion. So that's the simplest thing to do at this point.
Thank you very much. I think also, Susan, just went at least to this committee members. I don't know if they noticed there's going to be tours of the high school next week, I think.
Yes, the high school is in a very exciting stage. Like, there's like stuff up and glass, and it's starting to look like a school, and there are like staircases and stuff. So all of you are highly encouraged to come. There are a couple of dates that I sent to you via email a couple days ago. So in the detritus of your inbox, you may be able to find something called a Sign Up Genius, but feel free to click on that and sign up for a tour. Apparently you need to, the tours are limited to 7 people each, just because social distancing purposes. We have invited select board members, the building commission, the building advisory committee, some advisory committee members, and the school committee, and all of the staffs, administrative staff, staff leadership as well. So if we don't have enough slots, we're happy to open up additional slots. The one thing that they wanted me to make sure to tell you is to please wear appropriate footwear, no flip-flops, and winter gear. It is a construction site, so no open-toed shoes or sandals, which apparently is a risk these days. And then
Do
the
you
last
bring
thing
your
I'll
own
say-
hard hat?
No, they will have hard hats, but please do bring a mask. If there's anybody who cannot attend for mobility reasons, we're trying to work out something on that as well. And then the last thing I'll say, sorry, I should say one more thing about asymptomatic testing, back on the first topic. The district has been working very hard. Tricia Laham and a group has been working very hard to try to stand up the asymptomatic pool testing program, taking advantage of DESE's subsidized program. I'm not going to call it a free program anymore. I'm going to call it a subsidized program because free isn't free. But Tricia and others have been working quite hard on that. So we're hoping to have more clarity. We will be starting it after February break. There's going to be a lot more work that has to get done, but that will be starting after February break.
Thank you very much. Anything else? Okay, so I'm going to read the motion for executive session. We do have need for executive session. Hopefully we'll watch our time so you're not up too late. So a motion to meet an executive session pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 38, Section 21A for the following purposes. Purpose 2, to conduct a strategy session and preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, non-aligned personnel. Purpose 3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the Brookline Educators Union, BEU, Unit A, Unit B, and paraprofessionals, and AFSCME, School Food Services, Brookline Educational Secretaries Association, Building Services Employees, and to discuss strategy with respect to potential litigation, EDCO Collaborative, BEU and DLR docket number MUP-19-7727, if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining and litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares. And purpose 7, to review and approve executive session minutes from the following meeting, January 21st, 2021. And we will not be coming back to open session. So we need to vote on that. Do I have a second to that motion? Thank you, Susan, and we'll take a quick vote. Helen?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Barbara?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Susan?
Yes.
Dimitri?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. As I said, we'll not be coming back to open session. And remember that we have to go to the executive session. That was not the one we were in at the beginning of the evening. It's a different one. Good luck with that. And good night to all, and we'll see all of you on the other side in just a minute.
Have a wonderful. And